Hello! Hello, hello! Okay, here we go! Welcome! It is me, Darky. I think I should probably introduce myself for the people that might not know me because, now we're talking about something that comes from something totally different that is not me doing my gaming streams for once. Anyway, hey! Hi! It is me, Darky. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Darky. I am basically, as you could say, the director and the man behind the idea of Love Life Hellfire, which is a horror fan fiction that Lydia and I were working on for a year and a few months, and finally released today, a year ago actually, and 4 hours ago actually. Today marks the first anniversary of Love Life Hellfire, which is odd to think about, to be honest. It is odd to think about, because, an entire year has passed since we released this fanfiction, and it's odd. It's something weird to think about, but here we are. And today, because it's the first anniversary, I decided to finally go and talk about hopefully everything that I can talk about today regarding this whole project. We're gonna talk about lots of things. First of all, we're gonna talk about like the history, the development, the characters that are in it. We're gonna look at the trailers and the art that came with it. We're gonna also look at each chapter again a little bit, and I'm gonna talk about that. Also, the side stories that came with the story. Then I would also like to show off some. I had a place. Okay, maybe I shouldn't mention this yet, but but I. When you come up with ideas, you just quickly write it down somewhere, right? Like, and doesn't really have to look pretty or something. You just go take a piece of paper, for example. Just for example, you take a piece of paper and you have like a brilliant idea, and before this brilliant idea just like vanishes, you just quickly write it down, right? And I basically had a place like that too. So we're gonna look at that later. I'm gonna, talk about it a little bit. I'm not gonna actually show it, I think. We're gonna talk about that. And one of the most exciting things for me, we are gonna talk about the arcs that also came with the fanfiction. And for those who had just read the fanfiction but never really found out about any of the like hidden stuff that came with it, well, you're gonna be surprised about today. But before we actually go into the first thing, which is gonna be the history about Love Life Hellfire, I should give out a quick warning, or actually a couple of warnings, plural. First warning, we're gonna talk about things that happen in Love Life Hellfire. So if you have not read the fanfiction yet and you would still like to read it, might not be a good idea to watch the stream today, because we are gonna spoil a lot today. Of course, because, I'm gonna have to talk about it. And, it's been a year, so I think people have read it. And if not, then, hey, just ignore the stream for now and then just go and read it now. Just be aware, there are 9 chapters. 9 chapters long is this fanfiction, just so you know. That's now the first warning. And the second warning, which is probably even more important, as I said, this fanfiction is a horror fanfiction. And with horror, it gets a bit gory. Let's say it like that. So if you're gonna read the fanfiction still, and you can't handle this sort of topic, might not be your fanfiction. And with that also, this might also not be your live stream today, because we are gonna look at art that features gore. And we're also all gonna talk about the chapters that, feature the gore as well. So if that is something you can't handle, I'll kindly ask you to maybe not watch the stream, because this might get a bit ugly for you. It's not gonna be like super extreme, but it's just like, as a warning, just so you know, alright? Okay, anyway, anything else to say? I guess the third warning I could give out, this stream is gonna be long. It's not gonna be a 1 hour stream. Probably not even a 2 hour stream. I don't know how long the stream is gonna be. Depends on how long I just keep talking about bullshit every now and then. But might be a longer stream because, like I said, we're gonna talk about a lot. We're gonna talk history, development, the things that I basically just mentioned before. Anyway. Oh yeah, one more point that I forgot to mention. We're also gonna talk about the future of what comes next after Love Live Hellfire that Lydia and I have prepared or like working on or whatever. So we're gonna talk about that near the end, maybe at some point. I mean, I just have a checklist here, right? I just have a checklist, so I won't forget about anything because that is something that I can't imagine that can happen. Anyway. Let's get into the first point. Let me just quickly drink something because I'm gonna have to drink a lot. I actually brought a second bottle of water because I know I will need it. Alright. Now, as you can see, this is not a screenshot here on screen right now. This is actually captured in real time, as you can see. Because I'm gonna show a lot here too. So this is the tweet that I tweeted out a few days ago. Reminding you, well, not reminding you, but announcing that we're gonna have this live stream today where I'm gonna talk about mostly everything, like I said, that I can about Love Live Hellfire. And I just needed something on the screen. I just had no idea what to put on it. I was thinking about putting the thumbnail on it, but I was like, might just as well just have this on it. Anyway, we're gonna talk about the first thing that I would like to talk about is the history of Love Live Hellfire. Like, where did it originate from? Like, how did this happen? How did my stupid German brain, how did I get the dumb idea to make this? How did this happen? And like everything else that came along with it. I'm gonna just quickly have to where is it? Just gonna quickly have to put this away because then I can prepare the link that I'm gonna have to open up right now. I have some things prepared. I mean, I'm not fully prepared, I'm gonna be honest. Could have prepared a bit better regarding like the chapters at least. But that's okay. We can get to that at some point. Okay, now, how did Love Live Hellfire come to life? How did it happen? Where did it originate from? Well, we're just gonna have to... Wait, which one is it? Oh god. Okay, this one. We're just gonna have to look at this tweet. This is the tweet that started it all. Let me just also quickly just close that. I just want to check my YouTube, okay? Because I don't have my YouTube on my screen right now. Maybe I should just put this over here. I mean, I'm a smart idiot. Hey, if I'm one thing, then it's smart. Not really. Okay, I'm just gonna... I was a bit not prepared for this. Okay, anyway. Let me just open up the game. Okay, so yeah. Minecraft. Hellfire originated from this. From this screenshot that you see on here right now. I can also open it up. Okay, it's not fully on screen right now. So I probably should close it. But you can see it here. This is where it all started. Hold on, let me just... Oh my god. Ah! Spotify! No! Go away! Oh my god, I accidentally opened Spotify there. Okay. Hellfire originated from this tweet. Did it just show something on my screen? What happened? Okay. Hellfire originated from this tweet. And the funny thing about it is that this could have been it. This really could have just been it. This tweet. This picture. Let me just, you know, talk about this. So how did this happen? One day, I don't know why. You can also see, like, it was posted, like, almost at 6 a.m. my time. So I was up really early, or, like, up really late for just this thing. I got my hands on the School Idol Festival, like, dialogue box from the game. Like, the new one, not the old one that everyone else has. And with that power, I just decided, hey, let's just fuck around and do, like, a fake screenshot with that. And that's what I did. I did make a fake screenshot, as you can see right here. And I don't know, I mean, I could have done anything with this. I could have just done, like an actual dialogue, like a 4-picture long dialogue or whatever with this. But Darky decided, hey, it's late in the night, probably came up with that at like 3 a.m. or something. And I just felt like doing horror, and here it is. That's the image. That's the image that happened. That spawned out of that. As you can see, we have we have Yoshko, we have Daya with just like she looks like in Hellfire as well, and we have Rico, also just like she looks like in Hellfire. Now, as you can see, it's not really that great. Especially if you look like at Rico right here. I mean, the editing on the eyes could have been better. Daya is alright. I mean, she has different outfit on, but whatever. I had to work with what I could find. And also, it's a bit unusual. If you think about the game, it's a bit unusual to see. Well, these two are normal because that's like the normal story sprites, but this one is a card sprite. That's from a card. And you don't usually see them unless you play the side stories in the game, so that's a bit out of place. But hey, whatever. Like I said, I had to work with something. Anyway, yes, this is the picture that I made on April 7th, 2019, so 2 years ago, which is fucked up to think about. And again, like, this could have been really it. Nothing else had to come up from that. Just an image that I thought like, hey, I'm just gonna make it. And then suddenly I came up with the title Love Life Hellfire. Again, nothing else needed to be done about this. This could have been a one-off thing, and everyone could have forgotten about it. But here we are. Here it is, right? But it didn't. It actually didn't. So we're gonna go back to this thread that I have that I posted also 2 years ago. So only a few months into Hellfire. I had this thread, so recently it turned 4 months old, and I just wanted to share this one tree, blah blah blah. So yeah, this just features like some of the origins of Hellfire, which is really handy that I have that thread, because, you know, I didn't want to go dig into my Twitter and find all these tweets that have been annoying. So yeah, we're gonna look at some of these tweets. For example, yeah, there's this picture, like I said. There's also the name, but we also then have this one. Then I decided that I don't want this to be just a silly image and have it be something bigger. So yeah, there's this tweet where I said like, okay, now I can stop thinking about Hellfire and would like to have it be a thing. And would you look at that? A year later and a few months on top of it, and here we are, Love Life Hellfire. came to be something. Now this is another thread that I could talk about. This one, for example, I don't want to really get into it yet, but you can see it on screen a little bit. It goes like into like, oh, ideas are already starting to develop inside my head. And then it's like, is it weird that I have a concept in my head for character designs? And then down here I have like the proof that I do have this file. I still have it somewhere. I must look it up, but I do have it. We're gonna look at that in a second as well. So these are the early designs for the Hellfires that I have. We're gonna look at this later. This is something later down in the stream. But yeah, this is basically also on the same day as I'm seeing. This is still all on the same day where I've been thinking about Love Life Hellfire like that. Really interesting. And again, like, I just want to say, like, this could have been all it. This image and this little title, but nope. Darky just went far beyond and just made it into something. So yeah, so now we have the idea, okay, now I want to make Hellfire into a thing. Let me just quickly drink. I'm gonna have to drink a lot. Okay, so now Darky is at a point. Is at a point where he wants to do ideas. Where he wants to make Hellfire into a thing. I believe in the same thread, if we go down here, yeah, the logo followed a few days later, so this logo has never changed. It always stayed like that. Okay, you can't really see it now because because of the crop. Wait, hold on, I can just like go like that. Ah, yeah, okay, now you can see it a bit better. So here you can see it, that's the logo, that never changed ever. Is it the best logo ever? No. This was just something that I put together. I could have changed it during the development of Hellfire, but I decided, nah, I'm just gonna leave it like that. So I left it like that. So yeah, here's the logo that came a few days after. 2 days after, actually. Oh, you can see my mouse, by the way. Let me just quickly switch back to my other one again. So yeah, the logo came after, and then one night, I couldn't sleep, so I made a video. This is the teaser trailer 1, which we're also gonna look at later. Sorry, my throat. So yeah, the idea to make Hellfire into a thing was there, and I couldn't let it go. I wanted it to be a thing. And the idea originally, I'm gonna say it now because, I mean, might as well. The original idea that I had was actually to make that into a game. Like, okay, I mean, not like I had the dream, the wish to make this into a game. But obviously I couldn't because, you know, I'm just one guy with basically no experience in game making. So that was definitely not gonna happen. So I was a bit frustrated because I really wanted Hellfire to be a thing. So later on, I got the idea to just make this into a fan fiction. Like, hey, Lydia is doing that, so I probably could try my hand on that and do it as well. So I decided, you know what? I'm gonna go make Hellfire thing and just, like, you know, write a fan fiction about it. And originally, let me also just scroll down because I think in the same thread it even says it. Finally, a month later, I created a Twitter account for Hellfire, which still has the old name here, as you can see. It says LL Hellfire, like LL_Hellfire, before it was changed into Yousobros, like right after we released the fanfiction. I mean, it's also been a month after that. Did I already work on it then? I mean, it's been so long that I can't actually remember that. But yeah, the idea again still was there to turn it into a fan fiction. And originally, it was only supposed to be me. I was supposed to do like everything, like write the story and work on the secrets that I plan to also make for it. But that never actually happened. I tried to like write a summary or just like something for the first chapter, but I never could put down anything on paper. I never could get any idea, and I was like really worried because like, oh man, now I have this idea and I want to like really make it into something. But you know, I also have like no experience in writing a fan fiction or writing a story in general. So I was a bit worried that I had this great idea and I couldn't make it into a thing because I was lacking the skill to turn it into something. So luckily, Lydia approached me at some point and was like, you know what, Darky, since it's not gonna really working out with you, I could just like go and join you, right? We could just like team up and make this into a thing then, if she hops aboard and she writes like the story. I mean, originally she approached me and she was like, if you're not gonna write Hellfire, then I'm gonna write Hellfire. And what you meant by that is that she's just gonna take it off my hands and write it all by herself. But I didn't want to have that because I didn't want to, you know, have this great idea and then give it up to someone else just because I couldn't do it. I still would like to have my, you know, how should I say it? I still wanted my work into it. I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to say. But I still wanted to have something with to do with that project. So we decided to just team up, Lydia and I. And I'm really glad that we did, as it also says down here in this one tweet here. I'm really glad that we did, that she did, because without her, Love Life Hellfire could have not been a thing at all. And thinking about that is scary. I'm glad that she joined me and she helped me out with that. And because of that, we also figured out that we make a good team, I suppose. Because, like, you know, I come up with the stories and she already has the experience in writing fan fiction. so she could like, bring things to life better than I could. So yeah, that is, I suppose that would be the story for how Love Live Hellfire like originated and how it came to, how it started into becoming a fan fiction, I suppose. So yeah, let me just quickly drink something, and then we're gonna go talk about the development, which I also already talked about a little bit, but let's continue after that. Hold on. Water. Love me some good ice water. Alright, development. Let me just quickly close this down again. Close, go away. Alright, now let's talk about development. Now, how did we organize, how did we work together to make all the 9 chapters and the side stories and basically anything else for Hellfire? Now, we used something that is called Trello, or at least I think that's how you pronounce it. Basically, it's like an online organizing tool that I once just happened to hear about. I was like, hey, this could be useful for Hellfire, because there's a lot to keep track of, because there's just not like the story, like the chapters and all that. For those who actually know what Hellfire is about, there's obviously the side stories, then there's the art, the teaser trailers, or like the trailers in general, and the arcs, the games that I made and for the story as well, for the fanfiction I should say. I'm not gonna show it, or should I show it? I guess I could show it. Here it is. There you go. Trello, this is what it looked like. Here's where we had everything organized. I'm not gonna click on everything, but here's everything that we had, like chapter 1 till like the epilogue. Then we have the side stories here, the art, teaser trailers and all that shit, and then of course the arcs here as well. This is where we organized it all, or like I should say I did it, because I did most of it, because I think Lydia did nothing over here. Which I mean is okay, because I was the director of Hellfire anyway, so it's good that I'm taking care of all of that. So yeah, this is where we kept track of it. Now, how did we go with like the writing chapters and blah blah blah? How that worked is like that. I had this big Google document where I basically put in everything. At the beginning of the stream, I also mentioned like my idea dump. That one is also featured in that Google document. And yeah, this document is just like a huge one with like each chapter summary. So how it would work is like I had like chapter 1, give it a title, and then I would just like write the summary of what I would want to happen in like chapter 1. So it wasn't like actually written out like it is in the final product, of course. It was just supposed to give Lydia the idea of what I would want to have happen in the chapter. I would write it all down, would send it over to her. She would read it through. She would read through it, get an idea of what I would want to have happen in that chapter, and then she would go into a new Google document, write out the chapter, also like a rough draft of it. Would send it back to me. I look over it and give some feedback, like fix this and write this different and blah blah blah. And then give my feedback, like I said, send it back to her. She looks through it and corrects a few things. Sends it back to me again, so I can look at it once more. Then I probably also give some feedback again, because there's probably now some new things that need to be changed or removed or whatever. And then once I have done that, I send it again back to her once more. She looks over it, corrects some things, and that's basically where, like most of the time at least, we would already finish up the chapter. Of course, she would send it back to me again, but after that, there should not really be any fixes anymore. So usually after like two back and forths, the chapter would be done. And that's just how it went for each chapter. We had this. I had this huge chapter summary Google document, which also featured the summaries for the side stories as well. And like I said, also the idea dump that I mentioned earlier at the beginning. So yeah, that was the development regarding the chapters. Now, how did it go with the side stories? Side stories is basically also the same procedure like with the main stories, but it was just shorter because the side stories, they're just short poems. So we didn't really have to do much there. It was basically done like really quick. There's nothing really much to say. And then we come obviously to like the art, teaser, trailers, and the arcs, which was my thing I had to do for the project. Had nothing to do with Lydia, to be honest. Here I was just like commissioning an artist. We're gonna look at the art later again too. I don't know what to really say about that. It's just like me working on the art. Well, not me working on the art, but commissioning my artist to make the art. But I myself was working on the teaser trailers, and the release trailer. Wait, is there? Oh wait, that is, yeah. Okay, sorry. I was wondering where's the first trailer, but then I remembered. Right, the first trailer was already out. Okay. Cover art is also done by another artist. I mean, any art that you see that came with Hellfire was not made by me. That goes to the to the artist that I commissioned. And then the arcs. The arcs are my favorite thing from Hellfire. I loved working on that shit. The arcs were exciting. Each arc, like Hanamaru, Ganon, Mari, Chiron, or just Shy. I don't know. Chica and Yo, basically. Daya and Rico. Every single one of them had their own little game, quote unquote. Not really game, but something that you had to do in order to, get to their side stories. And that was exciting because I could always think of something else to go with that. We're gonna talk about the arcs in the games later. That's gonna be later. But this was really fun to work on as well. There was no real involvement with Lydia except for the Daya game, which we're gonna talk about later. So yeah, there's nothing else I guess I could really say about the development. Like I said, the chapters were just like back and forth with summaries and all that, and then we would finish it up. So let's move on to the first character designs that came with... Wait, where is it? That I posted or had on my PC. Where is it? There it is. All right. Let me open it up. There it is. So there's the there's the huge picture, my huge tweet. So yeah, I had early on, before I even had the idea of making this into a fan fiction, I had these character design ideas, and I wrote it down in a little text document, which I also have to look up really quick. I still have it. Let me just pull it up. Oh my god, I probably should have prepared that. Oh god, please let me find it quickly. Ah, there it is. Okay, perfect. Because there are some differences between the Twitter version. There's some differences between the Twitter version and the actual text document. Hold on, let me just quickly put everything on screen again. Okay, there it is. Oh, you could just see my wallpaper there. Oops, I should be careful there. Oopsie. Not to accidentally show off anything embarrassing. Anyway, so let's compare. I'm not gonna show the text document because I am scared. So anyway, let's look at the different the differences. I think there's not really much different, except for the character design for Saya. I mean for Chica and Yo. So let's look at it. Rico had her eyeballs removed while she was still alive. Despite not having eyes, she can still navigate perfectly fine. If she catches a victim, she will take out their eyeballs in the hopes of using them. Now this is nice. I didn't, again, in the story, obviously Ruby doesn't get caught and have everything of that happen to her. But I wanted to still include that in case she does get caught, right? Like, what happens if she does get caught? What would happen then with her? Like, depending on who she gets caught by. I think it's still the same as it is with the text. Removed while still being alive, despite her non-existing eyes, she can still navigate perfectly fine. Is understood. Maybe I should just read from my actual character design text file that I have. I think I'm gonna go and do that. I'm gonna leave this on the screen just so you can look at it a little bit. So yeah, in my text fiddly faddly foodly foop, it says, has her eyes removed while still being alive. Despite her non-existing eyes, she can still navigate perfectly fine. Now that's probably something that people wondered about that read Hellfire. Is like, so hold on. So Rico has no eyes, but she can navigate perfectly fine. But like someone like Ganon, can apparently not, right? You were wondering about that. And I know that sounds weird, but you just can. I had an explanation for that, actually, but I can't remember what it was. I wish I still could remember that, but there was an explanation. Despite her not having eyes, she can still navigate perfectly fine as if she still has them. But I really can't remember. I really did have an explanation for that, but I can't remember. This is really bad. Maybe sometime later it comes back to me. But for now, I just can say that she just can still navigate without any eyes. And then why Canon cannot is beyond me. I don't know. Maybe later it comes back to me. Anyway, Rico didn't really change. Still had her eyes removed. While still being alive, that is also important. If she catches a victim, she takes out their eyeballs in the hopes of using them. Also says it here, is on the search for a new pair of eyes, doesn't matter if it's from a fellow friend, aka Ruby. As it also happens in the fanfiction, Ruby does get caught by Rico, like near the beginning of chapter 2. Right? Chapter 2? Yeah, chapter 2. But obviously, she makes her way out of her clutches, I guess you could say. But yeah, the thing about Rico here is that just, as it also says in the fan fiction, if I remember correctly, it says that she envies everyone else having like nicer pair of eyes, I suppose. Like she says, like, oh, she envies the color of dye on Ruby's eyes because like they look so nice, and hers are just like these yellow looking eyes, and she doesn't like it. So she just wants, she basically, I mean, she for one, she wants eyeballs back, but at the same time she also wants eyeballs that are just like better than the ones she had before. So in order to get that, she would just like capture anyone that crosses her path and takes their eyes instead. Doesn't matter what color of what eye color it is. Even if it is back to her original like yellow ones, she would still take it. Would she be happy with it? Maybe. I mean, probably not. But she would be like, okay, well, whatever. At least I have eyeballs again. But yeah, that is something with Rico, that she just has a desire to wanting her eyeballs back. She just wants eyeballs back, and she, like I said, does not care who it is, even if it is a good friend. She's just gonna pin him to the ground and get these eyeballs out. So yeah, that is Rico. Let's go over to Hanamaru. Hanamaru. Okay, Hanamaru has been chained up and left to starve in a room filled with freshly cooked food every day. Is on a search for food, obviously. Eats human flesh as well. Now, yeah, that is... Now, Hanamaru is special. Hanamaru is also... special. Hanamaru is something... There's also something that happens with Hanamaru at the end of Hellfire. Like, near the end of Hellfire. That might make people question what the fuck. But let's just quickly go talk about this. Now, Hanamaru, in my opinion, had the worst death out of everyone that turned into Hellfires, because it does kind of suck that you get chained up and right in front of you you have like this food, but you can't eat it, right? Like Yoshiko actually made the food and prepared it, like put it in front of Hanamaru, who's chained up, and it's just like, hey, here, have fun with that, can't eat it. And it's just Hanamaru has just the worst death because she has like the slowest one. Like, she's starved to death, which is really sad. Oh yeah, maybe I should also actually talk about the designs here that I have written down. I mean, going back to Rico, I mean, it's just, again, eyeballs have been removed. Some dry bloodlines coming down from her eye sockets are visible. I should also mention that because, you know, we're talking about the early character designs. Hanamaru, disgustingly skinny. Her belly is cut open and stomach has been removed, but her belly was never stitched closed. The belly part of her uniform is also ripped apart to show her cut open belly. Has short chains at both her legs and one of them at her right arm. One of them? What? Okay, interesting. Has short chains at both her legs and one at her right arm? Okay. Well, I guess here's a change. Could have sworn that she had the chains on both arms, but I guess it only was originally on one right arm. Okay, that's interesting. Wow, Darky. Okay, so yeah, going back to Hanamaru. So what would happen? What would happen if Hanamaru caught Ruby? I mean, pretty obvious, as it already says. Eats human flesh as well. Yep, suddenly we have cannibal Hanamaru walking loose. Yikes. So yeah, what would happen basically? Well, if she catches Ruby, then she would just be eaten alive. What basically happened to Daya near the end of Hellfire, where she was locked out of the final room with Yoshiko and had her final encounter with Hanamaru, and was, you know, was basically given the zombie treatment, devoured by not a zombie, but someone who kind of somewhat would act like a zombie, I suppose you could say. But yeah, now talking about this one thing that I mean, maybe I shouldn't talk about it yet, but I'm gonna talk about it really quick, because since I mentioned the navigation of Riko without her eyeballs and all that, how is it possible? How is it possible that Hanamaru was able to free herself from the chains and escape her room that she was locked in, right? Basically, and again, this sounds stupid, but luckily I do have the explanation for that. It's kind of like this, I didn't really look it up before, but there's like this story that there's like this guy who has like, the longer he grows his hair, the stronger he gets, or something like that. It's kind of basically like that. Like, the more hungry she gets, the more powerful she becomes. The more stronger she gets, I suppose you could say. So that's basically what helped her escape out of this thing. That's number one, and then also number two, the chains could have not been the greatest anymore. Because, you know, she was still trying to constantly escape from that place, that at some point the chains must have just come loose, and that just helped her out. So yeah, that is the explanation for that. She just got really powerful, which she also would need if she wants to devour someone else, right? Like, she needs some strength, like some real strength to actually, like, you know, make that happen. So yeah. I just quickly drink something again, because my god, I talk a lot. Alright. Let's go. Next one. Mari. No, we're not gonna go with Mari. We're gonna go with Ganon, because we're gonna go in order as they show up in the chapters. Ganon! Okay, let's go. Wait, hold on. Ganon. Okay, her mouth, eyes, and nose holes have been stitched closed. Surprisingly, she's not skinny like Hanamaru. Not skinny like Hanamaru because, you know, she's no longer able to eat, but she's no longer skinny. Here's the thing. Some things, I mean, now people might just say like, oh, that's a lazy excuse, blah, blah, blah. But basically the things that are happening in this dimension that they're in is made out of magic, basically. It was created with magic that Yoshiko possesses. And with that magic, she just can make things happen the way she wants to. But considering that Yoshiko is, considered not the luckiest, things just don't work out the way she sometimes wants to. Like, for example, with Ganon, like, she's not able to navigate despite still having her eyes, but then luckily, like, Riko's still able to do that, and then Hanamaru, I don't know shits. So things sometimes work out for her, but sometimes it just doesn't. And with this whole magic thing, I know people, like I said, might just see it as like a lazy excuse for making things work, but I mean, again, like, this whole dimension is just made with the magic that Yoshiko possesses. And Yoshiko is another topic that we have to talk about in a second, because Yoshiko is might just be a character in this fan fiction that people might be confused about. Like, people don't really understood as to why she was doing the things she did. We're gonna talk about this later too, so don't worry. We're gonna get to that. But for now, we're gonna talk about the characters. So yeah, Hanamaru. Kanan had her eyes, her nose holes, and her mouth stitched closed. And that's basically her character design. In here it says, like Riko, she had her mouth, eyes, and nose holes stitched closed, but she was already killed off before that. That ties into the side story that we're gonna get into later. Before that, she was it even says it in here. Should I read that out? I mean, I think it also says it on here. No, it doesn't. Okay, it does not say it on Twitter. Okay, I'm not gonna say it then yet, because this is something for the side stories later. Yeah, unlike Riko, she can't actually navigate perfectly fine. She can mostly only navigate by herself with the help of her ears, which is basically something that happens in the chapter. She's only able to somewhat navigate by her ears. And because she doesn't have like all the other senses, like the smelling and the sight, I guess you call it, and the taste almost. I mean, wait, Ghana, do you want to taste Ruby? Oh boy, sorry. Since she doesn't really have great access to these senses, I mean, she still has it, but she can't really use it that much. All her concentration goes to the ears. And that way she's just like way better at navigating. But as you also know from the chapter, sometimes she can stumble at places and like bump into things. So it's not perfectly fine, but that's her only way of navigating. She also assists Mari in what she's doing. There's also that I don't know if it was mentioned in the Mari and Ganon chapter. Maybe like near the end, but there's this idea that Ganon and Mari like teamed up together at some point. Like they're like first when they woke up in this place as Hellfires, they were all alone. But as they wandered around the area, they would eventually like find each other like that, and decided to just team up. And who of course had the idea to team up? Obviously Mari, because why would it be Ganon? Also, how could it be Ganon? She can't talk. She can only grunt a little bit. So yeah, they teamed up, and I mean, would make sense, right? I mean, Mari and Ganon, I mean, the perfect duo, I would say. So yeah, that's also Mari's chapter is my favorite chapter a little bit. I had fun writing that one because it was just like this little like joke comedy thrown into a horrible experience that is Hellfire. I mean, not horrible as in like a horrible fanfiction, but horrible as in like the things that happened to them is horrible. Anyway, Mari! Let's talk about Mari. Mari! Her arms have been ripped off, but her shoulders are still attached to her. Her cheeks have been cut open for wider smile, quote unquote. Should obviously Wait. Wait, should open as well? Wait, what? I don't know. Okay, I don't know what I was writing there, but basically, Mari had her arms ripped off, and she was given a quote-unquote wider smile, which you can see in the art later a little bit. And the thing about Mari here is that she's constantly smiling. Like, in the chapter, she's always supposed to be smiling. She always has a smile on her face. She can't do anything else besides smile. Even if she's, like, really angry, there's always this smile. She has permanent smile. And with that also, she has a bit of a inability to talk correctly. Which is why in the chapter, like in the Mari chapter, she was given the ability to talk through speakers. Like in the area that they're in, there are speakers, and with these speakers, she can just like telepathically talk through the speakers. Like whatever she's thinking, or like will actually like, you know, being broadcast through the speakers, she can just like do it with her mind. So she doesn't have to like say it out loud first and then like gets translated over into the speakers and then comes out of the speakers. It's just basically whatever she wants to say through the speakers, she just has to think of it, and then it comes out through the speakers that are in that area. How would it work if she wasn't in that area? Well, I mean, she still does have the ability to just talk normally, like from her normal mouth and all that, but it just sounds a bit. It sounds a bit, you know, doesn't sound right. You can hear that there's something a bit wrong, which is why she just prefers using the speakers instead. Anyway, Maori. Oh yeah. So okay, here's also something important about Mari. Her arms have not been cut off, but instead painfully been torn off. So it's not like Yoshiko or whatever, whoever. I mean Yoshiko basically. It's not like Yoshiko just took a chainsaw and then just like cut through it, right? Her arms were actually torn off, like painfully. And that's not nice. It also says that. Oh yeah, it didn't even say that for Ganon, but yeah, if Ganon catches a victim, oh, it even says it on Twitter, and it didn't even say it. Assists Mari with her stuff, doesn't actually kill captured victims herself. So if Ganon captures someone, which actually did happen in Hellfire, I probably should have also mentioned that. I didn't really have to mention that, but whatever. If Ganon catches someone, she herself doesn't do the killing. She just, like it happens in Hellfire, she just catches them, knocks them unconscious, and brings them over to Mari. And then over there, they're gonna have this little game. And then, only then, she will do it. Only then, if Mari like commands her, like requests her, whatever, to do it, then she will do it. But all by herself, she wouldn't. So, which makes her interesting, because she would be basically the only Hellfire out of everyone else who just wouldn't actually go and kill someone by herself. Like, she would actually only do it if Mari says so that she should do it. But by herself, she wouldn't actually do it. So yeah, she's the only Hellfire that is less. She's like, I don't know. She's just she's more or less harmless than the other ones. I guess I could say. Anyway, back to Mari. If she catches a victim, now this is interesting, because that's also something you could never know about if you read the Hellfire story, which is now good that I'm talking about it. But okay, so if she catches a victim, she's gonna nail them to a cross. So basically just like Jesus Christ, who got nailed to the cross. That's basically what she does as well. But also hangs them from a noose afterwards. She wants them to shine on her own special made theater stage. So let me just repeat that. If she captures someone, she nails them to a cross. And again, remember, the one who gets captured is still alive. They're just not gonna get killed off first and then get nailed to the cross. They're gonna get nailed to the cross while they're still alive, because otherwise, where's the fun in that? Right? So yeah, if she catches someone, she nails them to a cross, but also at the same time, she hangs a noose around their neck, and then with that, she pulls them up into the sky with that. So she would basically be hanging from a noose while still being nailed to a cross. Is my stream loading? Stream? I would be very upset right now if you did. Okay, there we go. So yeah, you get you get nailed to a cross, but also get a noose around your neck, and then get lifted up into the sky. And you just have to imagine like a scene, like you see like this, these props or whatever, like this little background on the theater stage, right? And then just in the sky, you see a first year with red hair and pigtails nailed to a cross, and hanging from a noose. And that's just like it also says here, she just wants her victims that she captured to shine on her special made stage, basically. That's like her form of torture that she has in store for her victims. Let me just quickly drink. It's almost been an hour. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. Let's go over to the next one. Next one, Mari is done. Next one is... Wait, where's Yoriko? Ah, there it is. Yoriko. Oh my god. Did I just say Yoriko? Ah, Lydia. Oh god. Okay. I meant Chica and Yo. Sorry. Chica and Yo. They're interesting. Now, their design has changed from the original to the final one. Stitched together... Oh. Stitched together by their arms while they're holding hands together. Yo's left arm with Chica's right arm. There's also a big metal ring going through Yo's left eye socket and Chica's mouth. Also, again, can show that later in the final design. Okay, now, I thought the old design would still be in here, but the original design that I came up like right at the beginning, originally, was that I mean, back then I really didn't have an idea for Rika. I wanted to say Rico again. God damn it. For Chica and Yo was that instead of them like holding hands and having that part stitched together so they are like permanently holding hands. Before I had this idea, I wanted it to be like a bit different. I wanted it to have them be connected more by other body parts. Mostly just like I can't really quite remember, but I just wanted them to be like I can't really say how it was supposed to be, but it was supposed to be different. It wasn't supposed to be by their arms. It was more supposed to be like by their whatever, by their body a little bit. I don't know. I'm having trouble like really describing it a bit better. But yeah, that was a different design plan before. That was not supposed to be like a metal ring or whatever. And I'm glad that it didn't go with that idea, because, you know, this one with the holding hands and all that, way better. Especially the holding hands one. I'm really happy about that, actually. I like this one. Anyway. What happens if they capture you? I don't know. Okay. Yo has been tortured for... Oh, wait. That I can't talk about that yet. That is side story. That is side story. Oh, this one doesn't really have much to say, I suppose. It just says a murderous abomination whose only purpose is to kill. So they don't really have any like special torture planned for their victims. They're just there to kill. So they just want you did, basically. It's not like they want to eat you. It's not like they want to take your eyeballs out. They just want to kill you. And there's nothing else about it. Makes them, I suppose, like the more boring ones when it comes to like torture that comes with it. But still like the idea of Chikayo. Again, like I like the idea. I know me saying it now, but it's a bit like patting myself on the shoulder or whatever. But I did like the idea when I came up with it that both of like their hands are stitched together while they're holding them. I like this idea because it just fuck. I don't know. It's just nice. I don't know. I just like that idea. Anyway, I'm gonna move on to Daya now. Stop. Is my stream loading? I hope not. Anyway, Daya. Let's talk about Daya. Okay, Daya, possessed under a spell casted by Yoshiko, which can be broken, which happened in the story. Now, Daya, out of all the Hellfires that exist, right? Daya is the only one who did not get killed. Everyone else, like Riko, Hanamaru, Ganon, Mari, Yo, and Riko, Yo and Chica, fuck, every time. Everyone else except for Daya has been killed off. Which makes it only possible for Daya to come back to life. Or like, you know, well, not back to life, but like back to her like old self, I suppose. Was able to be saved from Yoshiko's bullshit. Because Daya was never actually killed off by Yoshiko. But later killed by Hanamaru anyway. Sad short life that she lived after coming back from being a Hellfire. But yeah, there's nothing really much to say about Daya. It even says it here. The one who has been tortured the least. She just was put under a spell to assist Yoshiko in her doing. Her being under a spell makes her stronger though, and if a victim is on site, she will fight them till she successfully killed them or she has lost the battle. So yeah, she's... Daya was Yoshiko's assistant in what she was doing. She was... there was also... Oh, that's something that I'm gonna have to look into later into my like idea dump that I mentioned earlier in the stream. There was an order that Yoshiko went in, like both in kidnapping each girl, but also in which order she would torture them. And I believe Daya, I mean, it would make sense, but Daya, I believe, was the first one that got like turned into Hellfire, because she needed an assistant. And who else would be a better assistant than Daya, especially after you know, read the flashback that happened in the last chapter with Ruby's birthday party and all that, which we're gonna get to later. Anyway, so yeah, Daya also, again, she isn't really anything special with her like torture for her victims. It's just like an ongoing battle if she succeeds to kill them first, or if she gets defeated in the battle. Nothing else really planned for that besides that. So yeah, we're done with the original ideas, original designs. Like I said, nothing really else changed besides the Chikayo one that I mentioned, and I suppose the Hanamaru one with the chains that I wasn't aware of. Okay, now let's go look at the designs. Now again, I'm gonna put out the warning. If you cannot handle gore, now would be a good time to go away, because now we're gonna look at the character design teasers that I put out as we were working on Hellfire. So again, if you can't handle this, might be a good idea to not look at the screen at least. You can still listen to the stream, but not look at the screen, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. Now, here we have first one, Riko. Now let me just quickly talk about the art. The art was something I didn't have to do. I'm gonna say it right now. I'm gonna have to go on a little rant about the character design, teaser, art, whatever. Wasn't needed. I learned from if there was one thing I learned from working on this Hellfire project is that this was not needed, and this was really dumb, because you have to. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this really quick. For each character design art piece, teaser, whatever you want to call it, I had to commission my artist. I had to commission my artist like 120 euros, something about that, like something about between 100 and 120 euros for each piece, right? And now, if we, let's count. We have Rico, we have Hanamaru, we have Ganon, we have Mari, and we have Chikayo and Daya. We have 6 pieces, which is already 600 euros. And you know what? Since we're already talking about the money, I know I'm going a bit, off topic here a little bit. Time to reveal how much I actually spent on this project, because obviously this project was not for free. There was some money that I spent on this project, and let me just tell you, I had the exact number of like the exact number that I spent on Hellfire, but I sadly lost it. I sadly lost that exact number. But what I can say, the budget, the money that went into Hellfire, which didn't even, like, most of it didn't even have to go into that into it, honestly, because most of it was because of these teaser trailers, because of the art trailers. I mean, the character design teasers is what I mean. Jesus, the total went over, and I repeat, over 1,000 euros. Yes, I did. In the 1 year and a few months that Lydia and I worked on this project, I did indeed put 1,000 euros into this project. Which, again, like, more than half of it was just because of these character design teasers. And that is something that I learned from this project, is that do not invest so much money on that. That was not needed. I still wanted, I mean, the thing is, I wanted there to be a visual of each of the Hellfires. I wanted there to be a visual of each of them, because, to just better show off what they look like and all that. I still wanted to have that, but 100 euros for each piece. Yeah, my lesson has been learned. If I didn't do that, then it would probably, like, the money would have been like, I don't know, maybe over 300 euros, because I still had to, invest some other things, which we get to in a bit. But yeah, 1,000 euros were spent on Hellfire, which mostly went onto this. Now that's number one. Number two is which I'm a bit upset about, and I'm sorry I'm gonna have to say that. It's gonna be something that the artist might not really like to hear. But the money could have been spent better. If I really wanted to have a visual for the Hellfires, I probably should have gone for someone else better than who I went for, which kind of sucks because the artist that I commissioned is also a friend of mine. But I could have commissioned someone else better for that, because I'm not really 100% happy with how these turned out. I mean, still you have the visual and you get the idea of what the Hellfires look like, but could have been better. Could have just been better. So there's my lesson learned about that. Anyway, let's quickly talk about I'll just, show off the designs. Now, here we have, for one, Rico. Missing the eyeballs, and blood is coming out of the eye sockets, so you can see, like, the blood lines and all that. That's Rico. We have Hanamaru. It's a bit tiny, but you can see the open stomach, where you can see some the insides coming out. Oh boy. Can I show this on YouTube? I hope. I mean, whatever. Okay, also, yeah, there is just this one chain. I must have totally forgot about that. Is that in the original, is that in the final project, as well? Can't remember. Was it even mentioned? Well, I guess she always only had that one chain. Where did the other one go then? I don't know, whatever. Anyway, this is Hanamaru. I know the picture again is a bit tiny, but if we go to the next one, then it's like, you know, I have to do it like that. Anyway, Ganan, you can't really see it. You can't really see it. Maybe I can like, maybe I can make it a bit bigger. Anyway, you probably can't really see it, but if you zoom in a little bit, you can see that her eyes and her mouth are stitched closed, and probably also her nose. I can't really see it right now. But you can also go on my Yousobros Twitter. It's also posted there if you really want to see it. So that's Ganan. And then we come to the one that I actually do like. Like, this one is actually my favorite one. But this one is only my favorite because the reference picture that has been used here is a car from School Idol Festival. And that's why this one is still the best one out of all the character design teaser images that my artist drew. This is really the only good one. Well, not the only good one, but like one of the good ones, I would say. But yeah, Mari, as you can see, no arms, and you can also a little bit see like the wider smile that I mentioned that is like cut into her cheeks there a little bit. I like Mari. She still has her personality, even if she has been turned into Hellfire, and that's what I just like about her. Next one we have Chikayo. That's the one that I also like. This one is also not too bad, the art. This one is okay. You can't really see it, but for this one you would also have to look at the actual original on Twitter, and also like zoom in. But you can see that they're holding hands, and the hands are actually stitched together. And also like the ring. I like this one. This is still like one of my favorite. This might actually be my favorite character design out of all the Hellfires. I like this one a lot because the hand holding stitched together and them being like lesbians and being like, you know, being in a relationship and all that. It just makes sense, right? It just makes sense. And they're basically together forever. This is basically the idea of, hey, let's be together forever. Let's take this literally, have you stitched together by holding the hands and, you know, having this ring go through your eye and mouth. What else could you want? And then we also have Daya. This one is kind of like, it's okay. It's an okay art, I would say. Also could have been better, but again, I'm not here to like criticize my art a little bit here now. But yeah, that's just Daya with, you know, floating, levitating, I think you actually say, and, you know, her black eyes and the yellow iris. Iris? What's the plural of iris? I guess iris is just good enough to say. But yeah, that is all the character designs, I believe. Yep. Just gonna stay on this one because I like... No, actually, no, we're gonna go to Mari because I like this one. Gonna quickly drink something and then we're gonna move on to... Oh, trailer and art. We're gonna go over to the trailer and the other art that is not the character designs. Alright. Alright. Now that we've looked at the character designs, like the final character designs and all that shit, let's go and have a look at all the teaser trailers and everything like video material that I made for Hellfire. We're gonna look at both teaser trailers. We're gonna look at the release date announcement. We're gonna look at the release trailer, and we're gonna look at something else that is also part in there. Let me just quickly take this off. Where is it? Hellfire, go away. Okay. Now, we're gonna look at we're gonna first look through the video, and then I'm gonna, pause it every now and then again, and then I'm gonna talk about each video. So yeah, let's go watch the first teaser trailer. Let's go! Yee! Okay, so that is the first teaser trailer. Now let's talk about this little shit. This one, can you really see it? Okay, you can see it like that if I go like that. Okay. Now this teaser trailer has been made again before the idea of a fanfiction was even present. That was just something that I did on the day when I came up with the dialogue, with the fake dialogue, story, screenshot, whatever. Just something that I decided, like, hey, I know it's like 3 a.m., but let's gonna do this. And I did it. Actually, no, it's not on the same day. It's a few days after, actually. Never mind. That's just something that I threw together. I just felt like doing something stupid, something spooky. And I just did that. And that, I think that me working on this video just buried the idea of making something with Love Live Hellfire even more. If I didn't make this video, who knows what would have happened after that. Maybe I would have just lost the interest after some time. But yeah, let's talk about this one. First of all, the music that plays here, the Hajimari Road. Funny enough, this song is ruined. This song is ruined for me. Every time now that I hear this song, I immediately have to think of Hellfire, which I noticed a lot when I played School Idol Festival when the song came up when I had to play it. I was like, god damn it, Hellfire time. And it's also unusual because like throughout most of this video, the music is actually playing like slower and like deeper in pitch. And me having heard that so many times makes it now like really weird and unusual for me to hear like the actual song now, because like this actual song is like really fast paced and all that, and like really like pumps up and all that shit, right? So every time now that I hear it, it's like I'm not used to that. I'm just like used to the slowness that comes with it. But it actually isn't. Anyway, so this one also, something I'm gonna mention now already before I forget about it. This teaser trailer, the second teaser trailer, and the release trailer, I think. These trailers, they're connected into the actual fanfiction as well, if you notice that. Like with this one, obviously, this is what happens, I believe, in... when does that happen? I believe that happens at the end of Mari's chapter. Where I think that happens after she leaves Mari and Ganon at the end of her chapter, and she enters this place, and then there's like this with the missing posters and all that. That has been worked into the fan fiction, also with the showing of Yoshiko's face. If I could like get it on screen, probably not. Nope. There it is. This has also been worked into the fan fiction, that like Ruby sees like a vision of Yoshiko's face, despite like her having her eyes closed. She still sees her face on it. This also has been worked in into the fan fiction, but this dialogue that comes here, that has not been worked in. I was thinking about it, was like, I know, wouldn't really make sense, because like her saying demons and blah blah blah, I don't know, really wouldn't have made sense. Also, if you notice, like if you pay attention, you can see like very slightly, you can see Ruby's shadow here. I don't know why I'm pointing with the mouse, you can actually see it, but you can see her shadow there as well. Also, if you pay attention to the poster, not to the missing poster, to the picture in the middle. Let me just zoom in a little bit more. There it is. Yeah, you can also see like here, for example, Mari has her arm crossed out, and also like given like this wider smile on her face. Riko has the eyes crossed out. Ganang also got her mouth crossed out besides the eyes. Hanamaru, I don't know why I like crossed out her face like that. But yeah, her stomach is crossed out. Nothing on Ruby, and only devil horns on Yoshiko. Again, this just shows you the character designs for each of the Hellfires here again. Also, you can see Daya like completely crossed out. That the thing with Daya being like completely crossed out, that is just supposed to show. I mean, it's not really shown greatly here, but that is just supposed to show like the hatred, the absolute hatred that Yoshiko has towards Daya in Hellfire. Which is why she just has like this desire, why she like really loves the idea of having her turned into a servant of her, because she knows that Daya would have not ever been like happy with being the servant for Yoshiko. So just the thought of like having Daya as her servant is just like so devilish of her. I think she just would think of it like that. So yeah, she in the Hellfire story, Yoshiko really has like deep hatred for Daya, which is funny because she was spared. She was just turned into she wasn't tortured. She was just like turned into a servant. She wasn't killed off, so I guess she was just being somewhat nice to Daya. I don't know why she would do that, but she just did. But anyway, is there anything else to talk about here? I mean, I guess something else is that the missing posters could have been better. Could have been, more effort could have been put into these missing posters. But then again, it's like, it's just a video. It's like, whatever. Anything else? I suppose the thing that I could mention is this part here. If you listen closely, you can hear the chains of Hanamaru. But you can also hear fire in the background as well. I believe originally there was supposed to be the idea that the place that Ruby, like the place that Yoshiko made in her dimension and whatever, is like supposed to like burn down. Or something like that. That's why I had the fire included in there, because I wanted it to be like... I wanted it to show that like, oh, this is probably during the ending of Hellfire, where like everything burns down and all that, but never went with that idea. So I guess that shows an early idea that I had with Hellfire, that the place was supposed to burn down. Actually, let me just get this out really quick. Originally, the idea was that that Daya and Ruby, like after having fought Yoshiko in a fight, and supposedly won the fight, they would like the place would like burn down after that, and then like Dia's still alive. They're both still alive. But obviously they don't make it out alive of this place because, you know, they just defeated Yoshiko, so what else could they do now? They still can make their way home again, out of this dimension and all that. So they would end up actually dying again in this dimension. And how it would work is that, you know, they would like go somewhere and be like, you know what, there's no point in keeping on, right? There's no way out, so let's just like sit here and just like die. So that's basically what the ending originally was supposed to be, is that Dia and Ruby sit next to each other on the floor and they just like watch everything burn down and just wait for their own demise to finally come. Which sadly, originally also, Dia's the one that dies first before Ruby, and then a little bit after Ruby would die after that. That was the original idea for the end of Hellfire. But then again, that was the idea like way at the beginning of me getting the whole idea with Hellfire and all that. So that changed eventually as we kept working on a Hellfire. Anyway, is there anything else to say? I guess besides that Hanamaru doesn't say it's showtime in the story. Again, that might have also just been an early idea. I don't know. Let me just really drink. Alright. Let's go to the next video, which is not the second teaser trailer. That's actually something else. I don't even know what to call it. The title of the video, I believe, was like something like Are You Prepared, Little Demon, or something like that. I can't quite remember. Little Demon, Are You Prepared? ? That's what the title was. Alright, let's look at this one. And yeah, I'm just gonna...
リトルデーモン、覚悟決まったかしら。それは打点度の高い、とっても素敵な打点ライブができるはずよ。人間たちの心を掌握したヨハネは陸と海の両方を滑る女帝として君臨するのよ。運命に逆らわずリトルデーモンとなり、私に忠誠を誓いなさい。悪いようにはしないわよ。
Okay, so there's this. I think you could just call that one the currently in the works teaser that we actually like the announcement that we are actually working on the fan fiction. Now let's talk about this one. What the fuck is this at the beginning? This is something just that I just quickly threw together as I was playing this game that you currently see on screen, which is called Progress Bar 95, which you can buy on Steam for like, I don't know how much, but I think like below €5. I'm not too sure, but you can buy it on Steam. Anyway, anyway, this thing that I threw together at the end of that video was just not planned. It's just something that I suddenly decided to just do. And there it is. Was not planned. But yeah, what is there to say? For one, there's this cube. It's not a square, it's a cube. What is this cube about? I could talk about that, but I won't. I will keep that a secret. Can't really talk about that. But I could talk about the things that Yoshiko does doing that. For one, she... Yeah, exactly. She hums a melody. This melody, I believe, is actually pretty funny because this melody is, I believe, their Christmas song that they have. So that is a bit unfitting. She's humming their Christmas song in the spooky video. Again, this is just something that I mean, this humming and the dialogue that she talks here are just things that I took from School Idol Festival from some of her side stories actually. They just took out and then put together like a puzzle here to make it into, to give it new context in a way, I suppose. Again, nothing really to say about that. Just something I took out of School Idol Festival to give it new context and all that. That would, fit the Hellfire theme a little bit. For example, this will be the most devilish show you've ever seen. A fantastically demonic spectacle. Which kinda is true. I mean, sure, it was never supposed to be like a broadcasted, like, live torture porn or anything like that. But, for like the reader, it's supposed to be like this most devilish show or whatever. Even though it isn't really supposed to be a show, of course. With the hearts of all mankind under her control, Johanne would become the Empress of the world, ruling over land and sea alike. There was never really an intent for Yoshiko to, like the Yoshiko in Hellfire, I mean. There never was an intent for her to control mankind, like the actual real life that she lives in. There was never an intent of her to do that. She just wanted to rule over... She just wanted to rule over her friends, I guess you could say. And that's basically what this is supposed to say. But who knows? Maybe she actually did have some intention to, rule over land and sea alike and over the mankind and all that. But for me, when writing Hellfire, there was never like an intent that she was like slowly trying to take over the world with her demonic possessions and whatever. Never was supposed to be like that. So don't fight your destiny, become one of Johannes' little demons and swear your loyalty to me. I promise you won't be disappointed. Now this one basically just speaks to the victim that has been captured by her and is being turned into Hellfire. I mean, here it says become one of Johannes' little demons, which basically means become one of Hellfire. Become one of my Hellfires that I would want to have. And swear your loyalty to me, which basically is that if you notice when you read the fanfiction, all the Hellfires address Yoshiko by her Johanne persona, which basically is that, like, swear your loyalty to me, always call me Johanne instead of Yoshiko, and this is basically what the Hellfires do in that story. They swear their loyalty to her and call her Johanne and do like the things that she wants to do. I promise you won't be disappointed. Well, that's just a thing that, that's just something that a villain would say, basically, like, oh, let me lure you into like great times, even though it's not gonna be great times. So yeah, that's just also there. And then it's just like that title, and then currently in the works. So yeah, like I said, this trailer really is just like supposed to be the currently in the works trailer. The announcement that we started working on it and all that. I guess one more thing I could say is the music that plays in the background. It's just a music book that Lydia actually owns. She recorded that for me, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna use that in that video, and so I did. I don't know how and why I have that, like, this recorded piece of her music box. I don't know how that happened, but it happened, and here it is. But yeah, I guess there's nothing else really to say here. God, look at this motherfucker. Yay! Okay, let's go. We're gonna look at the next one. Let me just mute, and we're gonna look at teaser trailer 2, which is actually my favorite one. So let's go.
Am I alive? Ah, yes I am! Hello everyone! Konbanwa! My is Meno, and this is my first time streaming, and I'm really excited, but also very nervous. Anyway, I know people usually use these live stream services to play games or something, but I want to use it to share my beautiful photos with you that I recently took with my new camera that I got for my birthday from my friends. Thank you again! Anyway, I want you guys out there to react to these photos live and we can talk about it! But first, I'd like to talk to you about something serious. Something that worries me and many others. As you might have heard already, the popular school idol group Aqua has recently been reported as missing. When I first heard this, I thought this might just be a misunderstanding. They're probably just hiding from the public to secretly work on their new album. They just don't want anyone to find out to surprise everyone with their awesome new music. However, this couldn't be true. That's just me being way too optimistic. Close friends and family of these members haven't seen them for a long time. They haven't been to school either during that time. All of this is very strange and worrying. I hope they're okay. Their last live show was on the 3rd of July of this year, and since then, they've been missing for 2 months. Today is the 14th of September. But I know they're alright. They have to be alright. They will return, I'm sure of it. Everyone's working hard to find them. We won't stop until we know for certain they're safe. Well, anyway, we should get started, shouldn't we? Just give me a few seconds and I'll be right there with you guys.
Oh boy, still like this trailer. This one is really my favorite one out of all the trailers that I made, or like, you know, the videos that I made for Hellfire. Now this one is quite something to talk about. First of all, this one was the first one where I actually spent my money again on Hellfire, besides on the character design teasers. Because obviously I just couldn't have gotten this voice actress, wow, plural, this voice actress for free, right? Don't know how much I had to pay her to like give me all these lines. Don't remember, I would have to look that up, but probably about like 50 euros. I don't know, I can't remember, but this one is also a friend of mine who spoke these lines for me, which made this really nice, because I could have probably not really approached a voice actor or voice actress, I suppose, to do something for me. I mean, I'm kind of like one of the shy people, so if I want something, if I need something for something that I work on, it's like I just have to contact them, tell them what I need, and then just, you know, work out the prices and all that, and we're good to go. That's why it was handy for me that I had a friend of mine that I recently made during that time, who is a voice actress. So that was nice. She did a good job with this too. I really like what she did here. Now, this one again is also tied into Hellfire. This one has also been worked into Hellfire, which plays during the Chikayo chapter at the beginning, where Ruby watches the TV screen and this live stream plays during that. I just wanted to work in the teaser trailers. I didn't want them to just be like teaser trailers. I actually want them to be part of the actual fan fiction as well. That's why I wrote in the first teaser trailer and also now the second one into the actual fan fiction. Now, let's talk about this. This graphic, for example, this loading graphic that you see right here, these little balls, I guess you could say, not made by me. That's just taken from the Cookie Clicker game. I also use that during my normal streams on my own loading screen. So if you never knew, now you know. These are not mine. I did not make that. That's number one. Number two, obviously everything that you see on screen here is not mine. That's just official Love Life art, basically. So like Himeno and the chibis there on the top, on the bottom left, and all that. Basically every graphic that you see on screen obviously is not made by me, and is also not commissioned. This is just official. These are just official assets, either from School Idol Festival, or just something that I could just grab from the internet somewhere. Just want to point that out, but I think everyone knows about that who is into Love Life, so I think that should not be. I think I didn't really have to explain that. Now, about this, I mean, again, I already mentioned that I liked her work that she did, the voice actress that I commissioned. I like that the work that she did for me here. There's just one thing that I have to complain, not about her, but just something that I probably should have done better, is this. I really should have just, like, split this up, this dialogue, because there's just a lot of dialogue on the screen, so I really should have fixed that up. Should have just, like, after... Oh, wait, that actually is... wait, the problem is because it's... Because it's a long sentence, that's why it's just, like, all on screen. Okay, that's the problem. Yeah, I probably should have done this a bit better. I probably should have just, like... You know, after beautiful... Maybe it's, like, then it switches to, like, the photos and all that. Probably should have done that. Just one little complaint about myself that I could have done there with the editing. But besides that, I mean, I think the balance between the, like, her audio and the music that kicks in at some point here, I think I did a okay job with that. I think I was a bit struggling with that at first a little bit, but I think I did good. What else is there to say about this trailer? I mean, there's nothing really exciting going on the screen. There's just, like, this still image, and then you just have the dialogue show up here, and have her talk. So I guess it could have said that, like, could have just done, like, a little animation with the Himeno sprite that I have here, like, have her, like, you know, move around a little bit, like, left and right, and, like, I don't know, do something there. But I was like, nah. No, because, like, the idea with the screen, right? This is, like, supposed to be, like, her streaming screen. And the idea is, like, that this Himeno sprite that you see here, right? That isn't supposed to, like, show her, like, live. Let's just say this isn't supposed to be, like, her live 2D model or anything like that. Like, that's, like, supposed to be, like, her... like using like a green screen, and that's, like, supposed to be, like, her, like, actually on screen right now. That's just, like, a photo of herself that she put on her screen. That's why it's not, like, moving or anything. It's just, like, a still image. So it isn't supposed to be like her actually on the screen. So yeah, I mean, you could complain about it just being, like, the still image. I don't care. It is what it is. There's also this again. There's this thing again with the long dialogue. Yeah, I really should have fixed that. I really should have done better with that. Anyway, but yeah, besides that, I think there's nothing really else to complain about. The ending here, I think this ending here is also pretty nice. Also could have been a bit better, I think. But, it's okay. It's fine. I mean, again, the art. The art could have been a better thing, but that's just... I already complained about that earlier. Coming 2020! Oh boy, what a year that was, huh? Oh, fuck. No one knew. It's like I knew, and I just had to squeeze in my bullshit into 2020. Okay, so there's nothing really else to say. You can also actually, like, here you can see, like, Yoshiko's face, like, fading in a little bit and then fading out. Or not. Just decided to put that in there for people that can actually, like, catch it. Didn't really have to, but it's there. So anyway, that was the second teaser trailer. The next one is the release date trailer. Let me just quickly drink again. Actually, I should maybe drink during the trailer, I think, because I'm gonna mute myself anyway. Let's look at the next one! Alright, this one was actually pretty okay too. I think this one is Lydia's favorite one, I think. Might be because it features Rico and she's a young Rico shipper. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, this one is actually pretty okay too. Was also something that I just quickly threw together. As you can see, there's nothing really... It basically reminds you of the other one that I shared earlier with the currently in the works announcement, as I called it earlier. Just something that I also quickly threw together. The dialogue that you hear here is just taken, like basically really just taken from, I believe, Rico's first side story from School Idol Festival. Just taken from that, like dialogue after dialogue, I think, except for like a few things that I took out that I don't really need there. And then I think this stuff that she says here with the depths of the underworld, these are parts from other side stories that I found. But yeah, what is there to say about this one? Not really. I mean, the thing about so far with the trailers is that every girl has shown up so far, except I think out of all the trailers, Ganon was the only one that did not get one. Originally, she did have one. I had a teaser trailer once uploaded for like announcing like, oh, we're 50% done with Hellfire, and I made like a little video, and that one was like Ganon themed, but I took it down because I didn't like it. I really did not like it at all. So I took that one down. So that was basically technically. Like every girl had like her appearance in one of the trailers, I think. But all right, I mean whatever. And I just decided to go with Rico because I don't know. I had this piano music, and knowing that Rico plays the piano, I was like, I'm just gonna go make a trailer with her. So that's what I did. Now let's quickly go over here. Maybe you paid attention, maybe you did not, but around here you can hear like these there's like this really deep pitched voice like saying something. That is supposed to be Yoshiko. Now, of course, obviously that's not what Yoshiko sounds like. But whatever Yoshiko is saying here is made inaudible, I think you'll say it. Like, you can't actually understand what she's trying to say. And if you like pitch it up again to its correct to its correct pitch that it's supposed to be at, it's actually just me using lazily. It's just me using sound bits from one of the Arc games that I developed for the game, for the fanfiction, because I needed something to put here, and I just didn't know what to really put there, so it's just I didn't really want to grab something again. I didn't want to go and record something on my phone from the game and then just put it in there. I just wanted to quickly grab something and put it in there, so I just took whatever I had and then just like put it in there and just like deep pitched it right like down on the bottom, and then just put it in there. So yeah. So these muffled noises, whatever you want to call it, is something that Yoshiko says to Riko, who is also present during the scene. What exactly she's saying, I can't really say myself. I don't think I really had an idea. It's just something that I wanted to have that, oh, I know what this is. I remember now what this is. I can't really say what she says to Riko, because I didn't really have an idea of what she says to her, but I know what this scene is. I guess I can quickly talk about that. So remember when I said earlier, that Yoshiko obviously had to kidnap every other girl into her own dimension to have like this whole Hellfire event start and all that, right? This scene is actually her like with Riko, like about to kidnap her. Like, of course, she still like appears normal and all that, but then like at this point where the muffled noises stuff things come in, I mean, sure, it wouldn't really make all that much sense because she does like this like little intro thing and all that. If you just ignore that, I think you could just like, okay, hold on, let's say like that, okay? We're gonna say like this little intro section, right? As you can see, it's like currently day. This is a totally like different time, obviously. So this is like probably like her introducing herself to like whoever is like with her at that time, which is not Yoshiko. And then later on, like over here, it gets like, it gets a bit more. It's evening time, I guess you could say. And this is probably then where you could say like that's where Yoshiko is now present. And has like her talk with Riko and is like about to kidnap her and all that. And that's where she just says like probably like some garbage about like, like her usual garbage that she sometimes talks about with like the dark magic and the underworld and fallen angels and all that little demons stuff that she goes on about sometimes in the anime and whatnot. So that's just like her talking about that stuff, until she like, until she goes for the attack and kidnaps Riko to take her into her dimension. And then there's just like this, and then this. September 21st, 2020, yay! That's a day a year ago! Oh my god! Can't believe it. So there's nothing really else to say. This scene really is just supposed to be like Riko's introduction to whoever is currently there in the daytime, and then in the evening, it's like her with Yoshiko, and then Yoshiko does like her kidnapping of Riko so she can, turn into Hellfire and all that. Okay, one more video, and then we're gonna be done with the trailers, and we can move on to art. Alright, let's go. Alright, and the last trailer, which is the release trailer. Now this one is alright. I guess I could say it, this one is alright. Not fully happy with it. I was actually like pretty happy with it when I, released it, but after a while I was like, could have been better. But yeah, let's talk about this one. For one, we have this. Lydia and I present. There was a time when we were struggling to come up with a name because we wanted to obviously continue making things together after Hellfire, but we wanted to do it under like under a name. We didn't want to go with like Lydia and Darky present on all that. We could have, but we wanted to go with a name that we, like it sounds stupid, but with like a company name almost, brand name, whatever you want to call it. So we were struggling to come up with a name, and funnily enough, Yousobros, which I came up with, was actually like one of the first ideas that we had, but Lydia was like, nah. I mean, sure, we could go with that, but let's just go with something else. And then that's where it started. We were thinking about some names that we could potentially go besides this one. But they just didn't sound right. They didn't just sound right. They didn't really sound... I don't know. They just didn't have the... something wasn't right about these names that we came up with. So eventually we were just like, you know what? I mean, okay, well, eventually Lydia was like, you know what? I've kind of gotten used to this whole Yousobros name, so let's just go with Yousobros. And that's where we went with Yousobros. Now, I know some people spell Yosoro without the U, so it's just Yosoro. But some people also spell it with the U in it. Might just be because of the character Yo. Or maybe people just like to add the U in there. I don't know, but we just decided to go with U because I don't know. Just looking at it, it just looks nicer, right? I don't know, because imagining the name without the U, it's just, I don't know. It looks off. Anyway, so yeah, this was made before I actually had the Yousobros logo. I didn't have the time to make the logo at that time, because if I had the logo I would have shown it off here, but I didn't, so I just had to go with that. But that's okay, because if I presented the logo, it probably would have looked a bit out of place, maybe, because from this transitioning over to this probably was a better idea to just stay with that. So whatever. So yeah, there's that, and then there's this. Then there's the song. Now this is not the same voice actress as the Himeno one. That is not the same one. That's someone else, who also, well, not really a friend, but someone that I just know, helped me make for me. Also, of course, paid of course, because you obviously would not normally get something like that just for free, right? So obviously I had to pay for that as well. Don't ask me how much, because I also don't remember. Might have been cheaper than the voice actress, which makes sense because this was only like 4 lines. So yeah, this one was interesting. This trailer was interesting to work on, mostly just because I've gone into a territory. I mean, with the Himeno one, I also went into a territory that I've never went into before. Which is like commissioning a voice actress to speak a few lines for me, right? That would be one new territory of the second trailer. But this one is more special, because this one goes deeper, I suppose. Because this one, not only did I work for the first time with someone who has the ability to sing and takes... you can hire to like sing something for you, which I also never did for one. But but it also included the instrumental that plays in the background, doing the song and doing this title thing here that happens here. So there were two near areas, territories, whatever you want to call it, I had to go into that I just, never worked with before. So I was a bit anxious, a bit nervous because I never did that, and it was new for me. But it worked out alright, I think. The singing is really nice. The instrumental could have been a bit better, but then again, it was made by a composer who, first of all, isn't really known all that much, which doesn't really have to mean anything, of course. But I mean, again, I guess I put the blame on myself because I have a weakness. I have a description and explaining weakness. I can't do that. That's why probably the instrumental could have probably been a bit better. Or I don't know, but I'm just gonna put the blame on myself because I probably could have done a bit better with what I would have wanted to have. But then again, also it's something new that I've never done before, so I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, there's something I had to go into first of all. There's also the art that you can see here. Like this one is from a new artist. I'm gonna have to show off. I didn't even mention all the artists yet. Oh boy, I probably should talk about the artists. I guess I can do that in a second too. So yeah, there's also then this art. This is the same artist that made the cover that I don't currently have available, but that is the same artist. Makes really good art. My favorite artist that I love to work with. She makes really good art. Sadly, couldn't go to her for all the character design concept teaser, whatever you want to call it, because she doesn't draw gore. So this was the only thing that I could have really asked from her, I suppose, which is alright. But yeah, what else? What could I really say about this? I mean, these Polaroids. The only thing that is commissioned is obviously, these two. When only they are present, the backgrounds is obviously from the game again. And this book, these bookshelves in the background are just something that I grabbed from the internet. It's nothing really special. But yeah, there's nothing really else to say here, I think. I guess there's something else I could say is that the music that you hear doing this isn't like original composition. That is, how should I say? It is a parody of something. I don't know how to really explain it, but the music you hear in the background isn't an original composition, as well as obviously this one that plays during this part. That one is from one of the songs of the anime. And then this was kind of this also could have been a bit better here, the end screen. I don't know what to else say here. Again, the laughter that I recorded from that is also from a song. There's a lot about songs in this trailer, I noticed. A lot about songs here. But yeah, there's not really much to say here. This was, again, like I said, two new territories that I went into this time with this trailer, with both the singing and the composition of a music track, or music tracks, plural. But yeah, anything else I was already used to, especially like with the art. I've worked with a lot of artists before, so I'm used to that and all that. So yeah, it was a nice experience. Learned a little bit about it, I suppose. I like this part. This part was alright. Could have been better again, but it's okay. Nothing to really complain about. So yeah. I think that should be it with the trailers. Let's just quickly go and look at the art that I have. Let me just go scroll down all the way. I'm gonna have to open up. Oh, wait. Gonna have to open up. Where is it? There it is. That's the first piece of art. Let me just quickly drink something again. Oh, wait, this bottle is empty. Great. Water. Alright. Now, this here. Having supernatural powers sounds nice, right? Though possessing such great power can easily turn people into maniacs. You can resist it taking you over, but it's a tough battle and you know you won't be able to fight it forever. Now this is a reference to what happened to Yoshiko actually in Hellfire, which I can talk about later if I remember. Also, it's been 2 hours now since I've started streaming about this whole thing. Oh boy, and we're only done with the trailer and the art. We still have to go through the chapters, the side stories, the dumb place, and the arcs. Oh boy, and the future of Yousobros and everything else. Oh boy. Yay. This is a long stream today. Anyway. Now this piece, I would like to talk about this one. This piece of art has also been... Ah, fuck, you can see it, right? This piece of art has also... Well, okay, that just has to go. That just has to do, I think. This piece of art has also been worked into the fan fiction project. There's this one scene in I believe in Ganon's chapter when Ruby is like walking around in the maze and like entering rooms that she's able to enter. There's this one room that resembles Yoshiko's room. And this is basically where this comes in. There's also, I think it's even mentioned in the fan fiction, that there's like there are like these books and these papers with the lamp and this Ruby and Mari figurine. And again, like this is an early image as well. So this just like predicts what happens with Mari. Like over here, you can see like she's missing the arms. Then obviously you have Ruby like running away, even though she's smiling here, but that's just like the actual merchandise, so I can't really fuck around with that. And what this image is basically just supposed to symbolize is that it's Yoshiko planning out her things that she wants to do to, her friends, basically. If she actually did that in the fan fiction, like in the background or whatever, like before anything happened, I don't know, could have been. I mean, what am I talking about? Of course, that is something that she did. But basically, like, if we're just talking about this image is just supposed to show, like, hey, we have started the writing process of Hellfire. Like, we have started writing the first chapter or whatever. And if you look at the books that are present here, like this yellow one says like grammatically correct, which is just basically supposed to mean that, oh, we're hopefully paying attention to that everything is like grammatically correct, obviously. Then you have the Aqua book, which is supposed to symbolize like, oh, this is about Aqua, and like some facts about Aqua that we hopefully keep in mind when we write it. And then we have this dark magic book, with this axolotl on here. I guess I could talk about it. Yoshiko, or actually, should I talk about it yet? No, I'm not gonna talk about it yet. But there's basically just a dark magic book. Considering Yoshiko likes dark magic and all that stuff with the, like I said, like fallen angels and little demons and whatever she's talking about, wouldn't be unusual for her to own a dark magic book like that. So yeah. That's all about this little piece of art. Let me just quickly close it again so I can open up the next one. Also, yeah, the art as it was shown here. Hold on. The art, as you can see, has been made. As you can see right here, Lukcha. I think that's how you pronounce her name. She's also the same artist that made the Polaroid drawings. Now let me close that. And let's see. There's something else I could really quickly show. Where is it? There it is. There's something that I got as a Christmas gift, right? As a Christmas gift from Lydia. Boink. That's that. That's what I got from Lydia for Christmas in 2019, as it also says, like, right here, a little bit cut off. That's something I got from her, from the artist that you can see down here, which is not correct anymore. I think this one is the correct one, as you can see here. This is the artist that drew this for Lydia. She commissioned this artist, and then Lydia gave me that as a Christmas gift back in 2019. And for the anniversary, for the 6-month anniversary of Hellfire, I decided, with permission, to upload this piece of art for everyone else to see. So yeah, it's pretty nice. This was, of course, again, like I said, 6 months after Hellfire has been released. So this was not anything made for actually Hellfire. That was just something that Lydia decided to commission an artist for, and here we are. Just quickly wanted to show that off. And besides that, we don't really have anything else regarding art. I guess I could also show off this Yoshiko drawing. This one right here. This is the tweet of the release. When we released as you can see, like 3 p.m. September 21st, 2020. That's when we released the shits. Just showing this really quick for the Yoshiko art, really quick. This is the cover art. If you go on Wattpad, for example, if you go on Wattpad or fanfiction.net, that's where you will see Yoshiko's face on the cover. But on AO3, that's sadly not the case, because on AO3 you can't have like covers on there. But that's okay. I mean, whatever. Also, if you have not read fanfiction, if you have not read if you have yet not read Love Live Hellfire yet, it is always recommended to read it on AO3, because Wattpad and fanfiction do not allow you to work with the secret codes that are hidden within the Hellfire fanfiction, and only AO3's gives you the ability to, like, mark something, like that, and then like do like the copy and paste shits. So if you want to do that yourself, you have to go on AO3 to get something there. So yeah, that is that. You also got some people talking about it. That was really exciting too when we released it, and we got people talking about it. It was really nice. I really liked that a lot. Okay, so there's that with art. I'm trying to think of something. I hopefully didn't forget anything. Nope. Alright, I guess now it is time for us to look at the chapters. Now we're gonna get into territory that I'm a bit scared about, because I have not read the chapters in a year. I didn't even look them up. I didn't even look at them as I was like, preparing myself for the live stream, which I probably should have done. But we're just gonna quickly fly over it. We're not gonna like really spend too much time on it, because I've been streaming for 2 hours, and I probably should not stream for too long. And again, there's really much to say, I think. So let's see. Let me open up. I'm gonna go on AO3. I'm just gonna look at that really quickly here. Open up, and we're just gonna fly over the chapters really quick. And then maybe I will remember something to talk about. All right, let's see. Summary. Oh, summary. That's number one. Okay, I know you can't really see anything on screen right now, so we're just gonna go. What should I put on screen? What should I put on screen? What could I put on screen? let me just grab that. And then it's just gonna put like, hold on. Give. No. Just gonna do that. Okay. It's just gonna leave that on the screen for now because I don't have anything else. I don't want you to just look at the wall. So that's just something you have to deal with for now. Alright. Summary. The summary of the whole chapter, I remember, changed. That's not something I could actually talk about right then and there about chapter 1. I remember that the summary, or chapter 1 in particular, was supposed to go differently. Chapter 1 was, or like is like, you know, the girls, they just finished off their live show and they're going home with a bus and all that. They like travel home by bus, and then the next day like Ruby is supposed to go like to, like goes to school but no one is there or whatever, like something like that was I think. Let me just really quick. Yeah, okay, yeah, it was like that. Yeah, she goes to school, but no one else was really there. Like Hanamaru and Yoshiko were not there. Like basically everyone else was missing. And then when she gets to the rooftop where they do like their practice and all that for the live shows and all, there was also no one here and blah blah blah. So she goes home, and then Daya is also no longer here, and then Yoshiko eventually comes into her room that she is in and, you know, knocks her unconscious and kidnaps her as the last one remaining. So that is how chapter 1 went. In the final product, originally, when we were still just working on the chapter, like when it was still in its early shoes or whatever you want to call it, let me just quickly check my phone. I just have to quickly check. Okay. Originally, the idea was that when they travel home by... Okay, well, they all still like have the live show and they travel home by bus, and then the next day everything is basically still the same. Like everyone is still present except that one of them is already missing, which would be Yoshiko. But then as the days went on, like each new day someone else would be missing, and then eventually I can't really fully remember it, but it was basically just like after a while, like each day someone else would be missing, and then after that I really can't say anything anymore because I really can't remember it. But yeah, it was basically just like originally everything was fine except Yoshiko was missing, and then suddenly it was like Riko was missing. Then suddenly it's like, I don't know, like Chika's missing, or I don't know, something like that. Like each day someone else new was missing. So yeah, but like think about that, like how would you write that? That would have not really been good, because you would have always had to write like something new about each day and make it like seem interesting, and that just is hard. So we luckily did change that to what it is now, which is just like have everyone else already missing except for Ruby and Daya in the morning. Then only later Daya is missing as well, and then of course, last but not least, it's also Ruby that gets kidnapped by Yoshiko's bullshit. So yeah. Anything else about that? I believe there was something regarding the bus ride home. I think the bus ride was different. Let me just quickly check. I have my summary of the first chapter. Oh god, I'm gonna have to read a lot. I'm gonna have to read a lot of it. I really should have prepared a bit better with the chapter here, I think. But there was something. There was something with the... I can't fully remember anymore, but there was something with Yoshiko giving a gift to Ruby. This was supposed to be different originally. But I can't remember. I really should have prepared a bit better for that. I mean, that's one of the main things of the fan fiction, but alright. Da, da, da. Well, I guess one thing I could talk about is in the bus ride, during the bus ride, I suppose, you can already see like there's like some foreshadowing for what happens to the girls everywhere. Like for example, let me just quickly find it. Where is it? Wait, also why am I not just I can't do that because it wouldn't be fully on screen. Okay, I wanted to show like the screen of the of the fan fiction, but it's not fully on screen, so I can't do that. Shit. Okay. There is. Let me just find it. Because like okay, because there's number one like the hand holding with Chica and Yo. Somewhere in the first chapter it mentions that, like they're holding hands. Oh, this must be really more down here. Where is it? Where is it? Oh wait, this is not even the. Oh my god. Okay, this is pre. This is pre bus ride. I'm an idiot. That's why I can't find it. That's still where they're at the bus stop. Oh, I'm an idiot. Um. Okay. God, I really should have prepared for that better. I'm really sorry about that. I'm really sorry about that. I really should have prepared better. I'm really sorry. I should have done better. Where is it? God damn it. Okay, I found one thing now. Like I said, like Chica and Yo mentions that both girls leaned one on another while holding hands in comfort. That is number one. I believe Rico's was just that she looked out the window and just like enjoyed the view, which is like, she's looking with her eyes. That's the number one. Then I see here Hanamaru just munching away on her snacks. Okay, there it is. Yoshiko and Riko sat by one another. However, Riko was far too distracted by the glistening moonlight to converse with the young girl. So basically, she was just like, like I said, she was looking outside and admiring the view that was happening outside. So yeah, each of them had like their own. Now I see it. There's also the with Mari and Ganon, for example. Like Ganon is sleeping next to Mari, and Ganon is holding onto Mari's arm. Mari's arm that gets ripped off. And I think with Ganon, I don't know what it is with Ganon. I think there's not really a foreshadowing with Ganon. At least I can't really find it. But yeah, there was some foreshadowing for the Hellfires for some of them during the first chapter at least. So yeah, and then there's, like I said, there was something with the gift giving of Yoshiko for Ruby's birthday that she missed out. I do remember this was different. I would have to look at my chapter summary. It probably mentions it in here. Okay, Yoshiko gets up from his seat, going over to Dio and Ruby while blushing and giving Dio a little present that is meant for Ruby as a late birthday gift, which she will open up in the next scene. Right, okay. Yeah, all right. I don't know. This is a bit of a mess. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I really should have prepared a bit better with the chapters. Um, but yeah, let's talk about something else. The next scene, like I said, the gift that Ruby got, she opens it up in the next chapter, and the gift that she got is an axolotl keychain. Now, this axolotl keychain, keep that one in mind, because that one is gonna be important later on. Not only in the fan fiction itself, because it gets brought up every now and then, but also a bit about as to why it is an axolotl keychain. I suppose. Well, not really, but it's just there. um. Anyway, I don't think there's really much else to say about the first chapter. She gets a keychain. Uh, she leaves for school, gets to the rooftop. No one picks up the phone after she calls for Daya or whatever. Now I think the person that kidnaps her. I think the person that kidnaps her is not indeed Yoshiko. Because the idea behind it as well was that it's not all Yoshiko that does the kidnapping. I think she had the other girls help out as well, but I can't remember if it really was Yoshiko that did the kidnapping with Ruby and Daya, or if it was someone else from the Hellfires. Because again, there was the idea that there was multiple of them helping out with the kidnapping, but I can't quite remember. Let's just go to the next chapter. Chapter 2, which is Blind. This is Rico's chapter. Let's see. Rico chapter. I'm trying to think. Was there anything different from original summary versus final product? I mean, I guess besides some like little like details in the room that Ruby wakes up in, I think besides that, I don't think there is. Again, I should have prepared better for that. I really should have. Yeah, I don't think there is. But it's just the. It just shows like the, the odd, thing that just Rico's able to navigate in the darkness too, with all their eyeballs and all that, which I explained before. But yeah, I think there's nothing really else to say. Where we go? I again, maybe once, maybe I should like do a part 2 for the chapters if there's anything to talk about, because I really didn't prepare enough for that part. The one important thing, and I didn't do it. I'm lazy, I suppose. A blind piano's lament. That reminds me. I wanted to commission the composer that did the music for the release trailer. I wanted to commission them as well for like a piece for that, a blind pianist lament. That is also like something like originally composed for that. I wanted to do that, but I was like, I already spent enough money on Hellfire. I probably should leave it alone. But yeah. I guess one more thing I could really quickly say is that in each upcoming chapter, there's always these encrypted messages that you have to decrypt in order to get like the messages in which you get to the games and all that. It's of course there's the paper that Ruby's supposed to find is in Rico's room as well, but in this second chapter she doesn't get to it yet because Rico's currently there and that would just not really work out that well. So she gets to that in a later chapter. So if I just want to point out that this piece of paper that it has like the encrypted message on it is always there. So she could have technically just picked it up right in the second chapter, but of course she did not, because Rico's there, and that would have been a bit of chaos. So yes. There's the thing again that she wants her eyeballs. Balls. And then there's just like the hunting down. There's really much else to say. I think I'm really trying to think of something that I could say if I remember it. Again, I didn't really prepare for it that much with the chapters, and I'm sorry about that. If questions should come up for the people that have read the fanfiction, might it be in the live chat or in the comments later on, you are free to do that. You are free to do that. Let's go to the next chapter. Let's see. Hunger. This is Hanamaru's chapter. Let me think. Oh yeah, this is the chapter where Ruby oh boy, this is the chapter where Ruby also throws up into a trash bin, I think, after she sees what Hanamaru has become. Oi oi oi. That one was interesting. Now here's the first one, also with the encrypted messages that you have to decrypt in order to get to the games and all that. We're gonna get to that later. That's gonna come. It's not gonna come after that one. All right, I suppose not. I'm really trying to skip through the chapters right now because I can't think of anything that I could really say about it. I can't. Now I remember. There's one thing I could talk about this one. After Ruby left Hanamaru's spot and continued on with her adventure down the hall, she eventually comes to a room, and in that room there's like this little paper that she picks up, and it says, and I quote, "If you are reading this, then you have done well. It's far from over, however, for there is more to dwell. The water is pure, so come near. The snacks, however, one you should steer clear." Yeah, I should also mention that in that room there was a glass of water, and there were 2 snacks that Ruby could pick up and eat. But this piece of paper says that while the water is safe to drink, one of the snacks you probably should not eat because, it might be poison. Now here's the fucked up thing about this. And this is why I again have to pat myself on the shoulder a little bit again. The thing is, the snacks are totally fine. Ruby can eat both of the snacks and she will be fine. This whole thing that Yoshiko just put up here with the snacks, however, you should steer clear of one of them because they might be poisoned and they're gonna kill you and all that. It's just there to fuck with Ruby's mind a little bit. She's just supposed to, she's just trolling, I suppose you could say. Make her think that one of the snacks is bad to eat, even though both of them are good to go. Something that Yoshiko likes to do in this dimension is that she just likes to fuck around with Ruby a little bit. Make her suffer, is what it is. Here's also the thing with Ruby. This whole story is her torture. We're gonna get to the sub stories, to the side stories. No, not sub stories. It's the Yakuza. No. We're gonna get to the side stories later on, so I can talk about this again. But this this whole story is just Ruby's torture, Ruby's suffering that Yoshiko brings upon her. So yeah, there's also like this sick thing that Ruby does here. Is that it even says here like Hanamaru loves bread, and that's like she gets like guilty. She feels guilty for eating the bread and drinking the water, like fully aware that just like in the other room there's Hanamaru chained up and like in desperate need for food, and potentially a drink as well. And here we have Ruby just drinking away the water and eating one of the snacks, and just like, yeah, it even says it here. Closing her eyes, Ruby let fate decide as she brought the left bread into her mouth. It was fluffy from the inside out, but Ruby's tears left a hint of salt with each bite. Her mind just couldn't leave Hanamaru. I mean, yeah, because, she was just finishing her snack, fully aware that Hanamaru, again, in the other room, chained up, in desperate need for food. And yeah, that's just, I love this part. I love that part, because it's just like, again, just fucks with Ruby a little bit again. So I like that. Alright, I got a bit more to say about this chapter, I suppose. Let's go with chapter 4? Oh yeah, chapter 4 Sean, already. Alright, Stealth. This is Ganon's chapter. This one also, again, has a bit more to talk about. For one, we have the room that Ruby enters in that maze. Like I said, this maze has like some rooms sometimes. Some of them you can enter because they're just locked, but some of them they're unlocked and you can go in there. One of them resembles Yo-chan's room, and in that room there's a dialogue, not a dialogue, a diary. A journal, whatever you want to call it. And again, this part is just like Ruby does something she's not supposed to do. Something that, I try to make happen every now and then in the fanfiction. Like, have Ruby do something she's not supposed to do, and she's supposed to be feel guilty about. Like, for example, again, the first thing with Hanamaru, like knowing that she is in the next room and she's just like eating away and drinking away. That's number one. And now number two, like invading Yo's space by reading her diary, even though she shouldn't do that. This part is pretty nice because, I mean, of course, again, making Ruby feel guilty for reading the diary, but at the same time, you get to find out that Yo and Chika have been dating, and they're a thing. They're lesbians, and they're in a relationship. But they have kept that secret from everyone else. And this is gonna be brought back later too. This is gonna be brought back later as well. Where in a later chapter, there's gonna be a dream sequence where Ruby has a dream with her, Yo, and Chika, which we're gonna get to later on, like I said. Which again brings up this whole guilt about it. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that for now. And then also, as I already mentioned before, she enters a different room, which resembles Yoshiko's room, in which I said it works on that one picture that I showed off earlier. And let me just see. I mean, yeah, that room just really exists to, work in that picture, basically. That just really exists because of that. Now, also something else I should really quickly also mention, like with the world building in Hellfire. Now, like I said, this maze has rooms all across the maze, some of which Ruby can enter, like I said, with Yo's room and with Yoshiko's room, she was able to enter. But some of them she can't enter because they're locked. Now, all of these rooms, like each of the girls' rooms are actually present in that maze. I know it never actually shows up in the fanfiction and all that, but like if you were in this place yourself and you were like able to like just suddenly open all these doors, you could potentially like walk into one of the girls' rooms. Like there's like, for example, Chica's room, there's Rico's room, like all of the girls' rooms are in this maze just like spread around. But obviously she can't enter them because they're locked. Or maybe they're not locked. Maybe she hasn't crossed some of them yet. There's also, wait, hold on, I just remembered there's also, I didn't prepare that, but I could just quickly show that off. I also do have, PC, could you please? Okay. I do also have this picture. Oh boy. Oh boy. There's actually a concept art, whatever you want to call it, of Ganon's maze, as you can see right here. It's a bit confusing. I'm gonna lead you through it one by one. Let me just quickly get everything on screen again. Okay, hold on. You were able to see something again, probably. I hope not. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay. Now this is a top view of the maze. You have. I can't really show right now because I don't have any like a mouse that I can. Whoops. That I can't really show anything with. But let's just focus on the red circle that's right down there in the middle, right? That's where Ruby comes in. And then she, as you can see, like she walks over there to the right. There's an X on it. There's an X on it with a 1, which means Ruby trips. In the story itself, she trips, which alerts Kanan to like chase her down this hallway, which makes her run to this room, which is Yo's room. It even says here, room that Ruby hides from Kanan in, nothing to be found there. What do you mean, nothing to be found there? Nothing? Oh yeah, okay, I mean, I guess nothing worthwhile. Actually, might this been before I came up with the idea of Yo? Huh. Might be. But anyway, yeah, this room with the 4 on it, this is supposed to be Yo-chan's room in which she finds the diary and, finds out about the gay that's happening in her friend circle. She gets out of it, and then you can see, like, the line goes over there. I can't really show it. I'm showing it with my mouse, but you can't see it. Basically, it's just, like, goes back, and then it just goes up there, and goes into door number 2 with the brown 2. Which is Yoshiko's room, where she finds the key. I didn't mention that, actually. Wow, I forgot about that. That is where she found the key that she needed for the escape, I believe. Wow, I can't even remember. But yeah, basically, this is just supposed to show that there was some idea behind there was an idea behind the maze in Ganon's chapter, even though it doesn't really need to exist, but I just want to show that there was some kind of idea that that an actual maze existed. Now, as you can see on the top, it says exit. Now, would you actually believe if I told you that this would have actually saved Ruby and, gotten her back into the real world again? Well, again, just like the previous times, Yoshiko again is fucking around with Ruby. Because no, there's no exit. Like, it would have said, like, if Ruby came across that exit, like, was standing right in front of that exit, was like, hell yeah, exit, let's get out of here, she would have been fucked. I mean, not like that, okay, hold on, not like that, but, she would have just, like, she would have quickly found out that, okay, there's no exit. It's just an exit out of this maze, sure, but not an exit out of this whole dimension that she's stuck in. So that would have been another mindfuck from Yoshiko for Ruby. But something that also this chapter shows is that whatever things Yoshiko is planning for Ruby to go through just sometimes just don't happen the way she thinks. And there's just also there's the song. There's the Yoshiko song, like, in this unstable world. That song title plays a huge part in, like, this whole thing, in this whole fanfiction. Because, for one, Yoshiko's dimension, Yoshiko's world that she created is an unstable world. You know? It is an unstable world. She tried to make it perfect. She wanted to make it perfect with, like, all her Hellfires and all that. But she can't. Like, she tried, but things just fell apart. Like for example, like, later on in the fan fiction, like, Hanamaru suddenly just, like, free from her chains, and Riko got devoured by Hanamaru in the other room and all that. Or, you know, it's just like things just don't go the way that Yoshiko wanted to, and things are just somewhat falling apart. So this really is supposed to be like this unstable world that Yoshiko just has created. Things just don't go the way that she wanted. But anyway, I was kind of going off track there for a little bit. What was I saying? I was talking about the map, about the maze map. Let's see. We were talking about that Yoshiko room, finds a key. She alerts Ganon again, so she runs away. Then room number 1, like brown color number 1, you can see Ganon's drown room with her arc paper. That's where Ruby finds the paper for Ganon's arc. That gets to, you know, the game, quote unquote. That is that room. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get back to that later again with the side story. And then basically it's just like Ruby just goes to the end of the hallway, finds the door, and tries to open the door with the key that she acquired, but she can't because it won't even work, because the key that she got doesn't even lead to this. Isn't even made for this door. What would have happened if she was able to open this door? Well, this door could have just been, like, I don't know, could have been like Daya's room. Could have even been her own room, actually, if she just open it up. So basically, this would have just led her to another one of the girls' room. So not obviously the exit. So the key that she acquired was for the exit, but she never got there. And even if she would have gotten there, then sure, she would have gotten out of the maze, but still would have been stuck in the maze, and could have potentially, actually I could probably also mention that, she could have potentially avoided the encounter with Mari after that too. If she actually managed to get to the exit, she could have escaped both Ganon and Mari's bullshit, and could have skipped right to Chika and Yo after that. So yeah, that is that with Ganon's maze, and also with that chapter. I don't think I have anything else to say about that, so let's go to my next chapter, which I am somewhat happy about. Oh boy, it's almost been 3 hours of me just talking. Oh boy. God, this is a really long stream. There's still so much to talk about. We still have the side stories and the games and Let's hurry up a little bit then. Shiny, chapter 5, Shiny, which is Mari's chapter. Again, also I should mention, in the previous chapter, like I also already mentioned in when we were talking about the character designs, it was when Kanan actually caught Ruby. As we already know, she just knocked her out. She didn't kill her, because as we already know, Kanan herself doesn't do the killing unless Mari tells her so. So yeah, she was lucky there that she wasn't killed off. But now in this chapter, chapter 5, considering now that Mari is present there as well, she can command Kanan to just finish her off, and she would have actually done that here. Yeah, she would have done that. Yeah, right. Okay. So this chapter, I already talked about the ability with Mari talking through the speakers and all that, and how I actually kind of like this chapter. Oh wait, this is the dream sequence I was talking about. Right. Okay, I totally forgot this was already happening right after this chapter. Okay, so this chapter begins with the dream sequence, like I mentioned earlier, which again brings up the regret of going through Yo's journal, diary, whatever. Basically, this dream is just like the three of them, like Ruby, Yo, and Chica, as their subunit, doing like their practice for the next live show or whatever. And in this dream, it shows like Ruby, like observing the gay things happening between Yo and Chica. And then Yo is then approaching Ruby about it. And it's like, bitch, you went through my diary. I'm gonna have you okay, she's not gonna say I'm gonna have you killed, but she's gonna be like, I know that you snooped through my diary, and that just ain't cool. And it's just like, she's like really upset with her in that dream. So again, like this dream just again is supposed to like make Ruby feel guilty that she did something that she wasn't supposed to do again. So that's the only purpose for this dream, is just to give her this guilt again that she did something that she wasn't supposed to do. Then the actual chapter with Mari, it's just like Mari on the stage with Ganon, already in the maze or whatever, that just is there. And this one is again like was really fun because there's Mari in it, and it's just like gets a bit comedic, a bit weird, and it's a bit fun. I mean, this is just like a little how do you say it? It's a little break from the bullshit that's kind of happening, I guess. Like just sprinkle some comedic stuff into it, because I felt like I probably could do that with Mari. Mari would have obviously is like the best character to do that. So yeah, there's like the first round with the maze where Ruby wins, and then Ruby thinks like, oh, I've run, now I can go. Now also, yeah, this is also the thing. Here I can talk about something again. The thing with this one is that Ruby is just being let off after she wins both rounds. Like the first round with just Ganon in the maze, and then the second round with Ganon and Mari in the same maze. And she has to survive like 5 minutes without Ganon catching up to her, or Mari for that case in the second round. And it's just like funny because like, again, they're Hellfires, they're monsters at this point. They're just there hunting down victims and just like, torturing them, killing them off and all that in their own way. And like they're supposed to have this mentality like, you see someone and you just smack them in the face, right? You just kill them, you torture them. But in this chapter, this chapter also shows that just because they're Hellfires, right? Just because they're Hellfires and basically like monsters that want to kill you, doesn't necessarily mean that they always have to. And that's also something that this chapter goes at again at the end. Like with this one, it's just that after Ruby wins both of the rounds, Mari is just like, yep, alright, you won the game, you won both rounds. Here you go, we're gonna pull this lever, it's gonna open the door, and you're free to leave. And that's it. Like, they really could have just been like, just, you know, trapped her again in something, and she could have just felt for it, and that could have been the end for her, right? But Mari just decided, no, we had our fun, and you won the game, so here you go, you can leave. So this chapter just shows that they can still be somewhat friendly, kind of. And also the upcoming chapter actually again shows that. We're gonna get into that in a second. Hold on, there's something on my lip. Okay. The upcoming chapter also goes into that as well. So yeah, this chapter just is supposed to give Ruby the idea that, hey, despite them being Hellfires, there's still like something off from like the old girl still in them, and they don't really have to be bad. They can still be good in a way. Like they can be tamed, I suppose you could say. So yeah, this one is nice. This one is again like shows you a bit more about what the Hellfires actually are and what you can like learn from them and do with them. Now let's see what else is there. Also, there's also like Ruby can just have like a somewhat normal conversation with Mari. Like, she can just like stand right in front of her, look at her like ripped off arms and all that, and just like talks to her, right? She does in the end of the chapter. I like this chapter. I really like it. Not because of like the whole like comedic stuff that sometimes happens here and there, but just because of what I said. Like, it just shows that not all Hellfires are bad, which I believe the end of this chapter actually says somewhere, because she enters the room that I mentioned before. That is like a callback to the first teaser trailer with the missing posters and all that. There's the CD, it plays the shits. Let me see that. I think that there was like, yeah, there was a note or something popping into existence after Ruby had her like panic after the music, you know, did the thing and all that. Where does it say? Oh, a tape recorder. Okay, it's that. Okay, standing up to look around more, Ruby noticed something new. A tape recorder. The young girl was sure it wasn't. It hadn't been there before. Taking another look around, Ruby spun on her heels to get a new view. Get an entire view of the room, but she was still the only one there. Blah blah blah. Okay, it was a tape recorder then. Okay, tape recorder. Hey there, my little demon Ruby. Surprised to hear my beautiful voice talking to you. I'm sure you are, since the others haven't been playing too nicely with you. You wanna go home, get out of here, right? Don't worry, you will get out of here eventually, one way or another. So this one again, one way or another. I mean, you either die, or you actually do make your way out. Which, again, that is again just brain fuckery from Yoshiko. Like, she knows, like, you're not gonna leave this place. You're not. Okay. And now again, like, the next part again goes back on Hanamaru. Okay, anyway, good job surviving this far. I'll be honest, I didn't think someone like you, an incompetent child, as your sister once put it, would have ever made it out of the room you first woke up in, but you showed me I was wrong. I know you've been through a lot, seeing all these monstrosities I call Hellfires. That's also where Hellfires first shows up. Like the term Hellfires. That I have created of our friends, especially of your best friend Hanamaru. Such a shame you couldn't help her, could you? Leaving your precious friend behind to starve. You could have tried harder. No, you should have tried harder. It's too late for you now, but you could have saved her if you just looked hard enough for the key in that exact room you were in. You're such a bad friend, let me tell you. Now, yes, that is something. Thank you for reminding me of that again, chapter. That is also something again, like brain fuckery from Yoshiko. There's no key. There is no key in that room. Like, there's no key in Hanamaru's room that gets Ruby like the ability to actually like access the other area that Yoshiko that Hanamaru is chained up in, right? There is no such key. She couldn't have done shitey. It's just, again, Yoshiko just fucking with her. And I just love putting that in, because it's like, Ruby really thinks she could have done something, but she could have not. And I know that makes me like sound like an asshole. Makes me sound like an asshole for thinking like that. And putting something like that, like something sadistic and evil into that. But it's so good. Okay. Oh, she also like the next one that she says, but enough talk. Let's see if you can survive all of my unstable world. So I guess she is aware that it is an unstable world. Huh. I guess I must have forgotten about that. Okay. Maybe if you do, then I would gladly have a talk with you face to face. Good luck, little demon. But before I go, here's a tip. Not all Hellfires are bad. You should try to reason with them. You might have fun. So yeah, again, that is somewhat true what she said. That does happen again in the next chapter with Chika and Yo. That not all Hellfires are bad. But they are bad. The only ones that just don't seem to be bad, just are Kanan and Mari. Basically, these are the only two that don't seem to be too bad, but the other ones are bad unless you really do like find a good way to reason with them and then like, win them over or whatever, which happens in the next chapter, which we get to in a second. It's been 3 hours now. Jesus Christ. Oh god. Okay. And then that's just that. Like the Hellfires. He is there for the first thing. Blah blah blah. Finds the paper and leaves the area. Let's go to the next chapter, which is the Chikayo one. I'm gonna have to drink again. My god, my throat is gonna be dead after this. Oh boy. I expected the stream to be long, but not this long. My god. Again, I'm just talking too much, I suppose. Anyway. Again, let's just quickly get through this. Okay, so this one, again, ties in the second teaser trailer where Himeno's live stream comes up and Ruby watches it and all that shit. Don't really have to say much of it because it's just Himeno doing her live stream and Ruby witnessing it and thinking about the things. Now, one thing that did change here compared to the teaser trailers that I don't remember the exact date that Himeno said that when the last live show was, but I think it was like July 3rd or something. I think it might have been July 3rd. But it has been changed to 7th of April, which is the birth date of when Hellfire first emerged, like originated and all that. So it has been changed from like 2 months to 5 months. And we did that. Well, why did we do that again? Why did we do that? Why did we do that? I can't remember why we did that. Maybe we were just doing that because we wanted to tie in, again, like the birth and the origin stuff of like actual like Hellfire stuff. I can't quite remember the reason. I think one of the reasons also was because of well, not really, but I can't quite remember. But there was something also that I believe we also changed something somewhere because of the summer outfits that they wear, because in this fan fiction they wear the summer outfits and not their winter outfits. Why exactly we changed it to 7th of April besides the, Hellfire birth stuff and all that? I don't remember. I do not remember that. Maybe in my summaries we have something in there. Da-da-da-da. Nope, doesn't say anything in there. Okay, well, I guess that's just lost piece of history then, I suppose. I really don't remember. I really can't remember. But we just changed it to from July to, was it July? Yeah, it was July to April. Whatever. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. It just shows off that people in the real world still are worried about like Aqua disappearing, like the members of Aqua disappearing, and it just shows Ruby that they still care and all that. So there's some uplifting words for Ruby. Then she runs into Chica and Yo, tralala. And then again, here it is where she negotiates with Chica and Yo, like tries to win them over, and actually succeeds in that. And we gotta talk about that. Now this chapter does show that Ruby, while she can't bring their old selves back, right? Like she can't just bring their old, like, alive versions of themselves back, because, you know, but they were killed and basically like revived, like reborn, I guess I should say, as Hellfires. Like, she can't bring them back because they died before and they can't go back, especially now with especially with Hanamaru with like her stomach cut open, or with Riko missing her eyes and all that shit. So they're basically all lost, except for Daya. But this chapter is still supposed to show that despite them being Hellfires and being these monstrosities, whatever, she still can bring somewhat these characters back to what they were originally. Like, they were not like these killing machines in a way, just trying to kill everyone. Yeah, this is what this chapter was about. Was supposed to show that despite them being Hellfires and they're wanting to kill you, if you find the right words and like do the right actions on all that, you can bring them back. But also, sadly, this chapter also sadly shows that it can sadly quickly bring them back to their old self, which happens here too. Like Ruby manages to bring Yo and Chica back somewhat to their old self, and they have like a little rebonding in that one dimension and all that. But then Ruby does something. Ruby then decides to leave, but decides to leave Yo and Chica behind, just so nothing might happen to them and all that, and so they stay safe. But they don't like that, and then because of that, they basically return back to their Hellfire state, and then go after Ruby again. So it's basically just like she got somewhere, but then it just reverted back. It's like you update a game, but then you update a game with a feature, but then in the next update you just take this feature away again. Basically like that. So yeah, there's nothing really else I can't really say in this one. There's also this belief that Ruby thinks she can fix them. As I just saw it here. She believes that she can fix them. Interesting. But yeah, again, she can't. She only can like bring them back a little bit. But again, wrong action or something's wrong said, and they can easily just turn back into their old state, like I said. She escapes from them in the vent. In the vent, she finds the paper again. And then we get to Daya. Alright. We're almost done, so, oh boy. And we still have the side stories. We still have the games. We still have the idea dump. Oh boy. My throat. Okay. Now, Daya. let's see, what could I talk about with Daya? Well, I mentioned already with Daya is that Daya was the only one who was not killed off. She was the only one who was spared by Yoshiko's rampant killing. She was only turned into a servant, so she could be saved. She was the only. She's the only one who's still alive. And their only torture was like, having to be the servant for Yoshiko. So in this chapter, by fighting her, which also again, in this chapter, she fights Daya, and she manages to bring down Daya by throwing a book right at her face, like right at her head, which brings her down and knocks her out. Which is enough to bring her back to her old self, like away from that possession, curse, whatever you want to call it, that she's been put under. And then she has her old sister back. This whole thing with her throwing the book at her own older sister, again, is one of these actions that Ruby regrets doing. Like something she would never do, but just did anyway, and she regrets it now. So I just want to point that out. There's another point again where she just regrets something that she did in the story and did something that she actually wouldn't normally do. Now let's see. After that, Daya comes back, and she's the only one that's still alive besides Ruby and basically Yoshiko. Actually, I mean the only ones that are alive from Aqua are Ruby, Daya, and Yoshiko. These are the only three that are alive. The other ones have died before. Tragic deaths. Especially Hanamaru. Boy. Poor Hanamaru. Hanamaru and Kanan. Oof. Ay. Okay, just thinking about it. Okay. But yeah, there's nothing else. They have like their little rebonding and all that. She talks a little bit about shit. Yeah, they also have these papers. These papers that Ruby found everywhere that she can't decrypt, because she isn't supposed to be able to decrypt them, because these messages are only supposed to be for us. And even if she were to able to decrypt them, she would just have the same messages that we have, and that wouldn't be really helpful for her. Like, how does that help? So this is just basically like these messages. It is just like basically a fourth wall breaking. Like, she would read them and be like confused, like, what? What am I supposed to do with that? Oops, sorry, accidentally touched the mic. So she has these papers. They're in this library and they're trying to decrypt it, but they can't find it. So they eventually give up. And go out. Wait, what is that? Oh yeah, okay, and oh yeah, I maybe also should mention that this is also the chapter where the song is being brought back again from the release trailer. Should also mention that. So that they have the book thingy, the and then they can find it, they give up and leave the place. There's nothing really else I think I can really say besides that. I feel like there might still be something. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's the memories that Daya has. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, here's also Daya also mentions is that the only reason you could bring me back is simply because I'm not dead. She says that you do realize that from everything that has happened to the other girls, none of them could survive it. So yeah, like, talk about Hanamaru again. Like, that's not cool. I mean, Mari potentially, or whatever. Like, but. Nah, it's over for them. They can't. And also even it also even mentions it. Even if there was a way to bring them back, I don't believe that it would be what is best. They wouldn't want to be alive for that type of torture. And also, like, yeah, again, like, even if they were brought back and had to live like that, their idol group activity stuff would be over at that point. Like, no one wants to see that. And everyone would just be disgusted at that, so yeah, that's not gonna get a good idea. Okay, so yeah, that was that. But there was also the memories that Daya has. Or maybe it was in the next chapter? Maybe it was in the next chapter, I can't remember. Ah, okay, there it is. Okay, yeah, so she mentions also that she's seen these writings before of these encrypted papers. Says, I've seen these before. Yoshiko had them lying around the place before she did whatever she did to her. She recalls seeing them later as well, but couldn't understand what was written on them. So she also knows about the paper, but also can't decrypt it. Okay, that was Jesus Christ. Sorry, I was just like, oh, my body just like when just did sun movements and it scared me. Okay. Yeah, and I think after that there's nothing really else. She doesn't really say that she, like, what happened to her. Obviously, because, you need that for the side story, which we get to in a second. But now it's final chapter time before the epilogue. Oh god, the epilogue. Oh boy. Oh boy, the epilogue. Oh, okay. I mean, this is the final chapter before the epilogue, so, oh god. Okay, oh boy. Let me just quickly drink something, and then we get into the flashback, which is the birthday party of Ruby, which is... that one is interesting. Hold on. Oh god. Who wants to place bets that this is gonna be a 5-hour long stream? Oh god. Okay. Now, chapter 8. The final chapter before the epilogue starts with a flashback to Ruby's birthday, to her 16th birthday, with it really interesting. Sorry. Basically, a short version of that is that everyone is at Daya and Ruby's place for her birthday party, except for Yoshiko. And Yoshiko isn't there because she's a dumbass. She's a dumbass and totally forgot that it was Ruby's birthday. So there's this one scene where Daya, like, leaves the party really quickly, like, goes away a little bit, like, in another room, or whatever. Or the other side of the room, and then has a call with Yoshiko, and it's like, hey, why are you not here? And then it's like Yoshiko totally forgot about it and was supposed to have, like, her little demon dark magic live stream or whatever, and, like, totally forgot about it, and Daya gets upset about her and blah blah blah. And this is basically, this flashback is supposed to, like, show the hatred that Daya feels, that Daya has towards Yoshiko, but Yoshiko also has towards Daya. Again. Oh, Alice in Wonderland! I didn't even mention that. Oh, I didn't even mention that. Right. Okay, I probably should have mentioned that as well. Alice in Wonderland. There was, I think that was in the Recode chapter, in chapter 2. Where Ruby was thinking about Alice in Wonderland, the story, the folk tale, I guess you called it, and she was thinking about that and was like, after she was thinking about that folk tale, she was like, okay, now I'm brave enough to, go past Rico or whatever, And this same folktale, this book, was also what was thrown against Daya later on, in the last chapter. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, I totally forgot about Alice in Wonderland. Let's also not forget there's still the axolotl keychain, which is gonna come in handy in this chapter. But yeah, Alice in Wonderland has like 3 mentions in this fan fiction. For one, in chapter 2, then in chapter 7 with Daya, and now here in chapter 7, and now in chapter 8, where Ruby gets Alice in Wonderland, the book, the folk tale, as a birthday gift from Hanamaru. Just quickly want to point that out. Anyway, so flashback time is just basically supposed to show as to like why Yoshiko gave Daya the treatment that she gave her and all that, and the hatred that she feels towards her and Daya towards Yoshiko and all that shit. Blah blah blah. It's just a bunch of like them giving birthday gifts to Ruby. It's not really too interesting. I think there are also some like callbacks here and there that I don't really have to mention. There was also something here. With Daya being like on the other side of the room while having the call with Yoshiko, Kanan also is like the one that notices that something is wrong. Like something is up. Because Daya has this habit of always scratching her mole that she has when she's lying. And I think only Ganon and Mari know about that. Or maybe just Ganon, I don't really know. But yeah, there's also this little thing. I think it's also gonna be brought up later. Gonna talk about blah blah blah. Yeah, there's also this thing that because Daya didn't want to disappoint Ruby, because Yoshiko wasn't showing up, she was telling a lie to Ruby, like saying like, oh, Yoshiko's not feeling well, and that's why she won't be able to come over to the birthday party, blah blah blah, even though that's bullshit and she just totally forgot and she's an idiot. There's this one, but there's also something. Where was? Yeah, didn't want to ruin a party, blah blah blah. Yeah, so Kanan was the only one that saw through her bullshit. Like, saw through Daya's bullshits of saying, like, oh, everything's alright, blah, 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 even though it's not. So the only one that actually knew that that Yoshiko didn't make it to the party because she's just an idiot were Daya and Ganon, then it seems. So yeah, there's that, blah, 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 then there's blah, blah, blah. And then in the chapter, they get back to the beginning. This is where Rico's arc shows up, because we're back at Rico's place, in the piano room. They enter it, they find the paper, and then they worry about like, oh, maybe I was supposed to collect all the paper because maybe that could have like solved something, and they worry about that. And but then it's like, whatever. I mean, now it's so late anyway. We're not gonna go for the entire place again just to pick this up, and risk losing our lives now. And also there's also something else in this chapter that I forgot to mention before. When Daya was still possessed and like the servant for Yoshiko, she was looking over Ruby's adventure this entire time. She was watching from afar. Wasn't physically there, but she was like able to watch what was happening. And in this chapter, it brings up that she remembers her early adventure where she just was like past Rico and Hanamaru's place, right? So she remembers like the stuff that was going down there. So she knows about what happened with Hanamaru and all that. And they walk past the door that, you know, leads to Hanamaru's place. Blah blah blah. And they see that it's, I think they see like that it's open or something. Yeah, there was a dead. Yeah, I have to talk about this really quickly as well. There's a dead end. There was a dead end at like, okay, hold on. Let imagine this. You are in that room that Ruby woke up in chapter 2, and you're like going out the room, and you're now standing in the hallway. Now you can go like left or right, and obviously Ruby went left because that's where she would walk down, and she would eventually walk past the piano room where Rico was in, right? But if she went right at the beginning, then she would have just walked into a dead end. But now, because they're back over here, this dead end suddenly is gone, and it like opened up a new whole like path that they could go down to. So just quickly want to point that out, is that is now gone, and there's a new way to go for them. Okay. Anyway, what is there really to say? I mean, there's again just like the stuff with Hanamaru. They find like Hanamaru. No, not that. There's like the Hanamaru eats the. I mean, again, okay. This chapter also again shows that. Yeah, I should mention this. Okay. This chapter also mentions that Hellfires, they don't necessarily have to team up. They could also just go against each other. And this is what this chapter shows. Hanamaru could have just been like, "Oi, hey Rico, it's nice to see you," and all that. But she's not. She attacked Rico and she devoured some of Rico because she just was really hungry. Which makes Hanamaru really dangerous because she could do that to basically all the other Hellfires as well if she crossed the path with them. So yeah, this chapter again is supposed to show that. I mean, it just shows that, you know, it's an unstable world again. Things just don't go as planned as Yoshiko wants it. Like, she wanted to have these Hellfires that go after Ruby, but turns out the Hellfires can technically also go against themselves, which just shows that Hanamaru went after Rico and, you know, basically murdered Rico again. So basically Rico's now a dead Hellfire, which also I suppose shows that they can be killed as well. Like, they can be double killed, I suppose. So they're not like immortal as Hellfires. They can be killed off if they do so desire. But yeah, there's just this thing with Hanamaru and Rico, and then there's this chase. And then in this last room where Yoshiko's in, Ruby gets through, Daya doesn't, and then she gets devoured by Hanamaru, and you hear like her suffering noises and have her die away. And then there's just this final battle with Yoshiko, basically. Anything to say about that? Well, again, here again, she's mind fucking with Ruby, where she says like, "Oh, isn't it a shame that Daya didn't make it? Oh, I won't miss her." Blah blah blah. Like, she again is fucking with Ruby, but then again, she is telling the truth because she does have hatred towards her. So seeing her finally dying and all that is something satisfying for her. So yes. And again, they just have like their fight. She pulls out the knife out of her like out of her little like well, not out, but she has like this feather in her hair bun, which she like takes out, and then it's just like swiftly turns this little black feather into a knife, and that's where like their battle begins and all that. Don't really have to say much about the battle. It's just them fighting a little bit. She uses her flashlight at some point and throws it at Yoshiko's face, or something like that. basically, something I want to bring up again is the... Or actually, it's the finale here. When Yoshiko grabs Ruby by the arms, and because Yoshiko's like able to fly because she has her wings and all that, she grabs her and then she flies up with her, like really high up. So it looks like, you know, if you have a fear of heights, this might not be your thing. It basically is just like that, and it's like, what was it? I think like, yeah, it was like that Ruby wants to like make a deal with Yoshiko or something like that. And that's where they go back on the ground and she shows the gift that she got from Yoshiko, which is the axolotl keychain. And that axolotl keychain is in the end being used as a weapon to defeat Yoshiko. And of course that's how she does it. She does that by taking it and stabbing it into her eye. And then pushes Yoshiko off the platform that they fight on. I don't know why I'm even talking about that. I mean, I'm basically just doing a chapter summary. I'm actually supposed to talk about like facts, like things or something. But yep, that's just there's nothing really to say, I suppose. There's this one fucking word. There's this one F word that Yoshiko drops because of like pure hatred towards Ruby, which I really liked. I guess there's one trivia about that. There was supposed to be more F words. Not only was Yoshiko supposed to say the F word, but also Ruby, because Ruby at that point was supposed to be like also like really pissed off as well that she also drops one F bomb. But Lydia said, "Nah, let's not go with that." So we ended up not going with that. But she is still like really pissed off at Yoshiko, so it still does show like the out of character that she has become at the end of the story. Like she suddenly is like you know, like, I mean, not only is she like ramming that keychain into Yoshiko's eye, and then like at the end just like pushing her off the platform and like basically like erasing her from existence and all that. Yeah, I mean, there's something interesting about Ruby here throughout this whole thing. But yeah, there's not really much to say. It's just she pushes her off, and then Yoshiko dies, and the place falls apart because the thing how this works is that the whole dimension falls apart once the one that owns it dies. And that's basically what happens here. Like, Yoshiko was erased, she died, whatever. And because she's no longer present, at least like as a living being or whatever, this whole place has no longer an owner, and because of that the place is just falling apart, which sadly also means that Ruby is now also falling to her own death, but taking all the Hellfires with her. So basically she did save them in some way. She killed all the remaining Hellfires that were still alive, besides Rico, because, you know, she got the early release thanks to Hanamaru. So they were able to all, you know, die and move on in their life. Which leads us to the last chapter, the epilogue. Now this one is gonna be quite the mouth. Okay. Oh boy. Let me drink again. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now the last one is short. Let's quickly make this done. Let's quickly get this done and over with. Now this one is written from Yoshiko's perspective. This plays after her dimension crumbled down, and, like, you know, she was pushed off by Ruby and she died and got erased or whatever. This plays after that. She is now in a different dimension, section, whatever you want to call it. And in this place, she does not own the place. So she has no power over whatever happens in here. Some greater being has no power over her. And what happens here is that it shows normal Yoshiko. I'm gonna have to explain it in a second. Yoshiko like tries to walk somewhere, but she can't because she just like her legs feel like really heavy, like as if like they're like chained down by something like really heavy, and it's like really hard to like pull them up and like move anywhere. And then eventually the ghost spirits of all the remaining Aqua members show up, approach her slowly, and basically give her own torture and punishment for everything that she did to her friends. And then in the end it says like the pain that was once gone for but a moment now flowed through her body all at once. Nothing more surrounded Yoshiko, as everything was already done. She was left to the dark emptiness of her own personal hell as she bore the scars of what she did to others. The spirits that brought the young girl her final punishment were finally able to move on. They could rest easily now, knowing Yoshiko's sins washed upon the surface for all to see and none to forget. Now basically what happened here, and now we're gonna have to talk about a lot, because this one really reveals a bit of shit, and this one is a bit important. Basically what happened, these spirits that showed up and approached Yoshiko were actually the spirits of the Aqua members, like Ruby, Ganon, Mari, Riko, Yo, Chika, Daya, basically all of them except for Yoshiko. They all approached her, hold her down on the floor, and the one that actually strangled her in the end was Ruby, because she was the one that suffered through all of that now too. But basically, I mean, this was what the fan fiction tells you. But what's actually happening is that there's a time skip basically. Like there's she, like, Ruby is on top of Yoshiko, and she like presses down on her neck, so she like squeezing at her windpipe, as it says. She's no longer able to breathe, right? That's just one thing that happens. That's something that this fanfic just shows you. But then there's like this massive time skip. Like suddenly there's like time skip. Suddenly there's like everything that the girls have done to her just shown on her at the end. Like the end result of what happened after every girl had her own fun with torturing her, is basically what's happening here. To outsiders that watched it, there was just like snap. Just like, imagine you see her, like Yoshiko on the ground and Ruby on top of her, like, pressing down on her windpipe, as it says, just like choking her basically. Like you see that, and then not even a second later, just like snap, and suddenly there's just everything just like suddenly changed. Just suddenly like a frame change, you could say. There's just a fully just like abused and tortured like Yoshiko, just like, for example, like lying on the floor, let's say like that, just all alone, which is not the case, by the way. But it just basically, it's just like snap, and suddenly you have a different image, like the end result immediately there. But for Yoshiko herself, she's the only one who gets, well, not her, she's not the only one, but I mean like her and the remaining girls are the only one who really truly know what actually happened to Yoshiko at that point, because every girl had her own fun, her own time with torturing Yoshiko at that point. And again, for outsiders, they don't see that. They just see that Ruby chokes her and that's it. Then suddenly snap, and you see the end result. But for Yoshiko and the others, you have like potentially an hour-long just torture of everyone else just going at Yoshiko, giving her their own piece of their mind or whatever. And that's one thing that happens. And then the end result, and that's something that that I'm gonna have to talk about in the idea dump later, is that the scars that she bears the scars of what she did to others, is basically she has something put upon her own body or upon her own soul that she did to the others. I mean, yes, that's what that says. But in the idea dump that I have, I'm gonna go into more detail later, because like for example, and I'm not gonna say it now, but yeah. Now also something else I have to really quickly mention is that, and I know people got like probably really confused about that. Like people might still not understand, like, why did Yoshiko do that? Why did Yoshiko do all of that? Why did she just go like full on crazy maniac and just decided, like, where did she even get the power from to have like her own pocket dimension, get everyone in there and just like perform these horrendous, torturous punishments, whatever you want to call it, and turn them into hellfires in the end? How did this happen? Basically, Yoshiko got possessed. Yoshiko acquired a book, and it's that dark magic book that I showed in that one image earlier, on which I think is also mentioned in the canon chapter when we are in Yoshiko's room. She has that dark magic book, that yellow dark magic book with the axolotl on it. That book was cursed. She acquired it and she got possessed by whatever came with that book. And the spirit, or whatever you want to call it, this evil identity, whatever, demon, devil, whatever, possessed her and made her do the things she obviously did not ever want to do, ever. Which also shows that she, in this chapter especially, like, she really regrets what happened. Like, she's really sorry, and it's like, this was not her doing. And I like this. I like to separate this into two personalities, and this makes sense now. Yoshiko is Yoshiko. Yoshiko is just, the Yoshiko that we know from the anime. It's just like the one that just likes to go into dark magic stuff every now and then and has like her live streams or whatever, but is still like the nice girl and like blah blah blah. That's Yoshiko. Yohane in this story is the possessed version of Yoshiko. The one is the possessed one. The possessed personality, the one that did all of this, the one that turned, that tortured all her friends and turned them into hellfires in the end. That's Yohane. And that's why everyone else also addresses her as Yohane and not Yoshiko, because that is who she is. She is Yohane at that moment and not Yoshiko. Now, there's also something else. The monstrous versions of the girls are called Hellfires, as we already established. So, like, Riko missing her eyes, that's Hellfire Riko. Ganon, who has her eyes, mouth, and nose holes stitched shut, that's Hellfire Ganon, and so on, right? Everyone had their own Hellfire versions except for Ruby and for Yoshiko. Now here's the thing, they do have their own Hellfire versions as well, even in the fan fiction. Now you just have to use your brain a little bit, and I guess, I mean, that sounds a bit harsh, but you just have to. I'm just gonna explain it to you as to how they are. Like, how there is a Hellfire version of Yoshiko and a Hellfire version of Ruby, considering they have not even been tortured or whatever. I mean, Yoshiko has been, but, but Ruby really hasn't. I mean, she hasn't died or whatever, or has been possessed or whatever. Let's go with the one that is a bit easier to explain. with this chapter, it shows the Hellfire Yoshiko. The end result that we see after what the girls all did to her body, to her soul, to her mind, to whatever, just anything that belongs to her. The end result that we see in the last few lines of this fan fiction is Hellfire Yoshiko. So there is a Hellfire Yoshiko in the fan fiction, and there also is a Hellfire Ruby in the fan fiction, believe it or not. And that is now something that has to do with the side stories. Now, the side stories that you get to are telling you how the girls got tortured. Like, for example, as we already mentioned before, like, Riko had her eyes pulled out of her while she was still alive. That is how she got tortured. And that would be her side story. We're gonna get that in a second too. Now you might be wondering, well, is there a side story for Ruby, or is there a side story for Yoshiko's torture? Well, we don't need that, because the side story, quote unquote, for Yoshiko is this epilogue, and the side story, quote unquote, for Ruby is actually the entire fan fiction from chapter 1 to chapter 8. And now you might be asking yourself, well, I'm a bit confused about that. Well, remember how remember how Ruby did things she was not supposed to do? Like, things that are a bit out of her character. Like, she ate the snack and drank the water, knowing that Hanamaru is chained up. She read through Yo's diary. I could pull up all the other things. Basically, what was happening, or was what I was trying to get across in the fanfiction this entire time, is that Ruby is slowly but surely, throughout the entire fanfiction of chapter 1 to 8, is turning into her own version of Hellfire. She's getting the slow treatment of turning into one. And sure, she would be exactly the same as Daya. Like, she did not die before she turned into Hellfire. She's still alive, so she could still be saved. Which technically did happen at the end of chapter 8. Like, I don't know if you could really save if she got saved, but anyway, so yeah, throughout chapter 1 to 8, she slowly but surely turned into her own Hellfire, even if it isn't to any extreme. Like, she's still her old self for most of it, but there were just actions and things that she did that were not something that she would do normally. And sure, you could say yeah, sure, I mean, everyone is sometimes out of character, and that's whatever. But in this story, that is just something that I wanted to have be the case. That her out of character actions are just her turning slowly into the Hellfire. Now imagine this story went on longer. If this went on longer, there would have been more actions that would have been out of character for Ruby, and then eventually she would have been just like turned into, if I'm gonna say it, into a mean bitch. She would have probably not been one of them who would have really killed anyone, unless they really pissed her off first. Which basically, actually, hold on, yeah, now that I mentioned it, I'm an idiot. Her being pissed off at Yoshiko and then like killing her off at the end, basically is her like going for her first victim as a Hellfire. She's killing someone who she once liked a lot. And I mean, sure, like, Yoshiko did things wrong and all that, so she did deserve it and blah, blah, blah. But at that moment, Ruby is like, nah, now it's Hellfire time. Now it's Hellfire Ruby time. So yeah, throughout the entire chapter, she slowly turns into Hellfire, and at the end of chapter 8, we actually see like a little glimpse of what a Hellfire Ruby would do to one of her victims. She would just like get like how it would actually come together, like how she like would attack her victims, what she would do with her victims, how would she like, you know, treat them and all that. That's basically what's being shown off in the last chapter of at the end of chapter 8. So yes, there officially exists Hellfire versions of every girl, believe it or not. Now, of course, you could also debate like, okay, why is the end result of Yoshiko's torture at the end of the epilogue considered a Hellfire? Well, she got tortured, and that is already good enough for turning into a Hellfire. It doesn't necessarily have to be that she herself, does any harm to anyone. It's just enough already that she's... Here's the thing about the definition of a Hellfire is that you either have been tortured or you have been turned into a monstrosity being. Like something has been drastically changed about you, and gives you like some motives to like act out evil things, which is, killing or something. That's basically what a Hellfire is. And in Yoshiko's case, that is just basically like she does no killing, at least, because she's sick of that, and obviously she can't do anything of that anymore. But she's still considered a Hellfire because she has been tortured a lot. So that's why there's a Hellfire Yoshiko, and the Hellfire Ruby, as I said, she has been tortured throughout the chapter by, seeing all her friends being the monstrosities that there are now, and then at the end acquiring her own desire to kill and, defeating someone else and, all that. Anyway, we're done with that. There's nothing else to talk about this chapter shit. Oh boy. Okay, what else is on the plan? Let's go. We are going... Oh god. Almost 4 hours. Okay, we have talked about chapter. Okay, go through dump place. Alright. Let's go through the dumpers. Let me just quickly check my phone. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna drink something really quick because I do need that. Oh. Perfect. Okay. Can't believe this is gonna be 4 hours long. Oh boy. Okay. Dump. Take a dump. Okay. Place to dump some shitey. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of the chapter, as I mentioned somewhere at the beginning of the chapter, we had this huge Google Doc, where I put all the chapter summaries and the side story summaries, but also placed some. Also had a place where I could just like quickly write something down if I had like an idea of something, and that's like right at the top of the document, called also a place to dump some shit. That's actually what it's called. Now let's read this. Let's read through this really quick. Okay. Everyone except Ruby and Yoshiko are Hellfire starting from chapter 2. That is correct. Now here's the difference again between Hellfire Yoshiko and Yohane. Says Hellfire Yoshiko and Yohane are two different things. Yohane is the one who created the Hellfires and the way the pocket dimension looks like. Hellfire Yoshiko is her ultimate punishment in hell after she was defeated by Ruby in the pocket dimension. Like I said, these are the two differences. And then of course we have the normal Yoshiko. We don't even have to talk about that. That's just normal Yoshiko. Okay. Then we come to the design. The design of Hellfire Yoshiko, which I can finally talk about, which I said he was never able to get a visual of because that would have been hard to get to, and also I don't want to spend another 100 years on that. Okay, let's look. So her design is everything she did to her friends, as I mentioned. Now, She appears to be armless because of Mari. Legs are stitched together. Left eye has metal ring go through it and attached to a ceiling. So she's hanging from it. So the only thing that's keeping her up at the ceiling and in the air is because of that metal ring. And that is the torture that she got from Yo and Rico. From Kanan, she gets right eye, nose holes, and mouth stitched closed. So which means that her right eyeball, I should mention, is still there in her eye socket. It's just stitched tight. And, nose holes and mouth are also stitched closed. That is Kanan's torture, punishment, whatever you want to call it. Belly cut open and stomach removed. I think everyone knows what that is. That's Hanamaru. Despite the right eye being stitched closed, her eyeball has still been removed. Oh. Okay. Okay, well, never mind then. Okay, so she does have her eyeballs removed then. Oh, okay. Well, guess I got that wrong. Okay, but that's Rico's punishment, so the eyeballs are gone. And Daya, she stays alive forever, eternally suffering. Now that is fucked. Now instead of just having this be like her dead corpse in there, this is Daya's punishment, that she can't die. She's eternally suffering the pain that comes with whatever she has been put through with this torture. Stays alive forever, eternally suffering. Man, that is just, I mean, I'm just imagining the design in my head and just like, it's quite something. That is actually, if I had a visual of that, I would be very upset. Would be very happy about, actually. Okay. The Hellfires refer to Yoshiko as only Yohane, and so does Yoshiko herself. Ruby never does so. That is also correct. That is also something that I talked about. I mean, except for that, Daya then also refers to her as Yoshiko after she has been brought back from her curse. Yoshiko got a black magic book. I guess it's black now, not purple. Okay. Which is cursed by a demonic identity that goes by the name. Shh. I'm not gonna reveal that name. That name is gonna be secret. I could just say it out now, but nah, will not. But that demonic identity is an evil spirit, and yeah, is. I could also say as what as it was. God damn it! And as it fuck my life. It is an evil spirit, and I could also say what it is depicted as, but I will not. This evil spirit only takes action in the entire story in the final chapter when Johann is defeated by Ruby, when it erases its pocket dimension. So basically how this works is, like I said, Yoshiko is possessed by this evil identity, this evil spirit, whatever you want to call it. She's possessed by him, it, her, whatever. Doesn't really have a gender, I suppose. Is possessed, and this evil spirit lends his or her powers to her that she can use to create whatever she wants in this pocket dimension that also belongs to this evil spirit. So which means that once she is defeated by Ruby in the final chapter, the evil spirit erases the pocket dimension because she has died, she has been erased, whatever, and therefore, because she's no longer there, the pocket dimension also falls apart. And sends everyone in the afterlife, but with Yoshiko being the only one who's sent to hell and the others to heaven. Yeah, I forgot about to mention that. That everyone else except for Yoshiko has been sent to the afterlife. Was able to move on, but poor Yoshiko, because she's the one who got possessed by the evil spirit is, sent to hell and being lived out her worst shits. Wait, that sounds wrong, but you know what I mean. She's being tortured, basically. She's being trapped in there forever with her torture. Yeah, and that is just also like the evil thing about this evil spirit is that it's not that he or she like punishes Yoshiko for failing. It's just that, well, no matter if you would have succeeded well enough for a long time or not, this punishment, not really punishment, but this treatment would have eventually come to you anyway. So once you are possessed by this evil spirit, at some point, if you're just like really unlucky, you will get this treatment no matter what you do. I take back that I said that no matter what they do. I mean, if they fail whatever they're doing, then of course they get tortured. But if they are successful and continue to be successful, then they stay clear, right? Then they're good to go. But if they fail whatever it is, might it be like the torture that Yoshiko has done, even though it was not in her intent, of course, because it's all the doing of the evil spirit. But let's say the evil spirit just like toned it down a little bit and was just like evil, like possessed someone else and just did some other evil deeds for like let's just say like rob a bank, right? But the guy who robbed the bank fucked it up. So the guy who robbed the bank, even though they didn't have nothing to do with it and never were willing to do it, they would end up being tortured by this evil spirit, even though they had nothing to do with it. They were just possessed by this evil spirit, and I suppose the body that they possessed just failed. Basically, I'm just saying that whoever this evil spirit possesses, and if they fail, whoever this person is, they will get this torture no matter what. Doesn't matter if they tortured a bunch of people or really did just rob a bank and failed. They will get the torture no matter what. Now, yeah, another time it takes action is in the prologue, with it now applying all the things Yoshiko did to her friends on her. I suppose then it is just like the spirits. Yeah, that would make sense. I think, yeah, see, I guess I forget sometimes things here and there. But yeah, the spirits that show up of the girls are just what he makes up, he or she. I'm just gonna go with he because that just makes it easier. So these are not actually the girls, these are just what he brings in to make her suffering even worse. During these two times, the spirit is never being shown physically or spiritually. So yeah, in the story itself, there's never really a physical or spiritual depiction of the evil spirit. So the only time you could really have an idea that someone is in control of Yoshiko and what's happening is just if you use your brain a little bit and think about it, I suppose. Yeah, the pocket dimension doesn't belong to her. It was given to her by the evil spirit to help her out with the torture party idea. Since the pocket dimension doesn't belong to Yohane, it explains why the evil spirit erases it once Yohane is defeated. Yep, because he's the owner and he's just gonna fuck you up. The book is also just a normal magic book, blah blah blah. She also gets slowly taken over by the evil spirit after she got the book, like having like crazier thoughts and possessing actual black magic, but only usable in pocket dimension, so she can't use it in the actual real world. Which I also forgot to mention. She actually is able to control how time goes by in the pocket dimension, which would explain why already 5 months have passed since the live show that they had, which they also got kidnapped by the next day after, and then suddenly like, oh, we wake up, but suddenly it's been 5 months, so what happened? So she can actually control time in her own pocket dimension and make it so that time just like goes faster. Like she has the ability to like trick it so that time goes faster in real life, and that's just what she did basically. Like a week before Ruby's birthday as well. All right, let's see what else do we have. Okay, she's still the same Yoshiko, but now with having crazier thoughts and possessing extra black magic. I should have mentioned that. Before getting this book, Yoshiko already planned on playing a harmless prank on her friends because she was fed up with them not taking her seriously with the Fallen Angel stuff, but this idea got thrown in the trash and replaced with the torture party idea after she got her hands on this cursed book. I don't really know if this would be really canon anymore. I don't know if that is really canon. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. It might have been something that might have been put in there like early on or something. Might be canon. You can see it as canon. You don't have to see it as canon. In the end, it doesn't really all that matter all that much. Okay, Yoshiko messes with Ruby by playing as Daya in the first. Wait, Yoshiko messes with Ruby by playing as Daya in the first chapter, texting Ruby to make her think everything is fine. What happened in chapter 1? Wait, what happened? Was that after she no, hold on. I'm gonna have to look this up again because I don't quite remember. This must be after. Where is that? What are we talking about? As if Ruby be playing as Daya in the first chapter, texting Ruby to make her think everything is fine. I'm great that I know my own chapters that well. But I don't remember that. Okay, I don't remember. Was that something that I wrote down but didn't put in? I don't know. Okay, I can't find it in here, so I don't know. I don't know what that is. Okay, anyway. I guess I wrote that down. Now, here it is. Here's the thing that I mentioned, that Yoshiko isn't the only one who kidnaps people. I see, and now we got things fucked up. Okay. I see now that Yoshiko kidnaps Ruby, Mari, and Yo, while Daya kidnaps Ganan, Hanamaru, Chika, and Riko. So the thing with the release date announcement trailer, whatever, where I said that it plays out the Yoshiko kidnapping Riko thing, guess now wouldn't really go that way anymore. But then again, I mean, that's again just something you could take this way or the other way. I mean, doesn't really. Oh, sorry. It doesn't really matter all that much with the story itself. But now I'm seeing that there's no order in which they got tortured in, unless it's somewhere else. Oh, there's another dumpy. No, okay, no, that's something else. But I have an idea down for side stories. I guess we're gonna have to go look at that now. Go through dump plays. Hold on, I have to talk about the side stories. I'm an idiot. I have to talk about the side stories first. I forgot about that. Okay. Let's grab the side stories, please. My god, oh my god, it's gonna be midnight. I'm still gonna be here talking about shit. Okay, great. Okay, open up. Shit. Okay, Rico. Anomaru. Kanan. Okay. Kanan Mari. Come on. Mari. Yo Chica. Chica Yo, whatever you want to call it. And Daya. Alright. We are gonna go with Rico first. Alright. Now, I'm gonna put on the screen again. Because I think I should be able to show that. Ah, no, I'm not. It's gonna be cut off, isn't it? Ah, no, it's okay. It's okay. Alright. Now here we have... Wow. Look at this. You can see the other stuff here. Now here we have the first... the first poem. The first side story, which belongs to Rico. It says, eyes always judge, peeking through, finding the cracks in and even the largest towering walls. Nothing is ever safe from them, yet they're easy to read. A true window to the soul. Eyes are a scary thing. They're hard to ignore, especially when more appear. From the corners I see her. She sees me, a diamond in the rough. I reach out, pleading to her for a better life, yet I get no such thing. Diamonds are hard to crack. Maybe I should have kept to myself. Just stayed in the back like always. It's what she tells me anyways. Yet when I see her, she's not like how she used to be either. Her eyes tell the story of a lost soul. Eyes sure are scary. I wonder what mine were saying when she held them. Now again, all of these poems were written by Lydia. She wrote all of them. And they're really good. Now, let's talk about this. What is happening here? Basically, like I already mentioned, the side stories are supposed to describe the torture, the torture that each of the girls went through in a short poem, and also what happened during that. This one is pretty simple and easy. This one just describes that Rico gets her eyes pulled out of her while she's still alive, but it also mentions a diamond in the rough. And this one shows that Daya is actually present as well, so which means Daya has already been converted, turned into a Hellfire, which makes sense because, you know, Yoshiko wanted the servant, so would make sense that Daya would already be present here. Now here's something else about this. I'm just gonna have to close this down really quick. I'm just gonna have to look this up in my Dumbo, because I think it says it in here with Rico. Where is it? Wait, what? Should be mentioned by his really odd appearance. What? Okay, what? Okay, I don't know. Oh, that... Wait. Eh? I'm sometimes getting confused about my own shit. Okay, so basically what happened with Rico. Rico's was supposed to be a second servant. You know, because there's this whole like Lily thing that Yoshiko goes by with Rico. She calls her Lily, like little demon Lily and all that stuff. And that's where the idea came from, that she also should then serve as a servant, so she could call her Lily doing all of that. But what happened is that this servant conversion spell that she used on Rico didn't work, She asks Daya to hand her the book. She takes a look into it and finds out she actually did everything correct. Therefore, I can't understand why it's not working. She would have continued trying, but then the whole Rico Daya thing happens. Rico Daya thing happens? What? I don't know what I meant with Rico Daya thing. What am I talking about? Maybe that's something up here in the Daya section. I'm gonna have to read that in a second. Anyway, but yeah, so Rico was supposed to be a second servant, but it didn't work out. It didn't work out. I know why. I remember. I think I remember now. But we're gonna get to that in a second when I get to Daya, I suppose. But yeah, she was supposed to be a second servant, but things didn't work out. And then Yoshiko was just like, okay, you know what? One servant is enough. We're just gonna turn Rico into a normal Hellfire then. And that's what happened. Alright. Let's go over to the second one. Let me just open this up again. There it is. Alright. Okay, this one is Hanamaru's. Old poets often strung together stories, euphoric tales of love and temptations, blood spewed, tears shed, loved ones forever gone, as to name a few. In modern times, those things would seem far too barbaric, right? Yet they're still around. Simple things can lead one to actions they never would have dreamed of. Anything goes through a mind who's deprived. I couldn't understand such a thing before, but now it's all I can see. To drink the juices of fresh muscle as it slides down your face. To get your hands filthy in the slippery oil of a moist crime rib. Just the thought ruffles the feathers. Is this how Adam and Eve felt? Sinister thoughts crawl their way into my head as she takes everything from me. I beg her for her to stop, but she laughs at my cries. Never would I take simple things for granted again. Never will I. Hunger, it's all I see now, all I hear. To taste the flavor, to crunch the bone. The screams and punches are just a small bump in the road anyway. Hey. So yeah, this one also again really easy to explain. I think I also talked about it already. Hanamaru was just Hanamaru's torture was that she was chained up. She was chained up and she was chained up and had fresh food served to her every day, or almost like, multiple times a day. But obviously she couldn't do anything with that because she was chained to a wall. She couldn't do anything besides just looking at the food and smelling it, basically, driving her insane. And obviously she had the slowest death because she was basically starving to death. And that's basically what all of this is. She just was, starved to death by hanging from a wall, and that's just really sad and tragic, but that's just how it is. So yeah, that is Hanamaru's. Here is Ganon's. I'm a great diver, as they say. No matter the current, I can always defy it. I hold my breath and start to count. I'm a great diver. What was once blinding lights fade to black. The screams become soft muffles. Water has that kind of effect on you. But at least I know she's watching me in a time when I can't. Constantly tapping my little glass. Tap, tap, tap. I think she's checking on me. Almost like she cares. Maybe this is my home now. No, wait. Maybe this is home now. I mean, the water is my friend, yet it doesn't feel like it. Maybe we need some time apart. Maybe I'm not such a great diver. I want to get out. I want to go home. I tap back more and more. I want to get out. Again, Hanamaru and Ganon have the worst deaths out of everyone. Because in this one, she's drowning. She is put into a room that was slowly filling up with water. And, at some point, this room is gonna be full of water. And there was just no escape for Ganon, so she was forced to drown in that. She was forced to drown in that, sadly. So yeah, that happened to Ganon. This one is Mari. So beautiful as I've been told. Blonde hair with perfect skin. A real life porcelain. I don't fucking know. Doll. When in the wrong hands, I can easily break. It has happened before, but it bared no scars. Now she wants something to show on the outside to help me fit in, so she says. A simple twist here, a bend there, snap, there goes an accessory. It's wrong to leave it unmatched though, right? A simple twist there, a bend here, snap. Now I'm perfect again, so beautiful, like she tells me. Now I really belong. What's happening here is Mari. I mean, again, I think also already pretty self-explanatory, but Mari had her arms being ripped off. That's what's happening here. Nothing else to say about that. She just had her arms ripped off. So yeah. I don't really have to go through these, but I just want to show them off anyway. This one is the Chikayo one. This one is a sad one actually. Okay, be quiet. I think she can hear us. Her feet stomp through the halls as book slams against walls. She's mad. I don't know what we did, but it seems like she's always like this. We whisper to one another, not wanting to be noticed. Yet she can always hear us. Across no man's land, I see you. Pain glistens across your face, yet you still smile for me. With bated breaths and purple skin, I try to keep the conversation going. The tears turn to laughter as we recall better times. I keep calling after each of her visits, waiting and waiting. A simple word can keep a simple girl sane, but it takes a little too far. But she takes a little too far one day. No longer is there a response. It's just the echoes of the walls. I prayed I will join you soon, yet I'm left with my own thoughts. No longer can I keep the conversation going. I long to be with you again. Never would I let you go. I shouldn't wish too loud. I'm sure she can hear that as well. Okay, basically also here what happened again, this was a double torture for Yo and Chica. They were both in the same place. Now I'm gonna have to quickly look up again because who died first? I think it was Chica who died first. I think it was Chica who died first, and it was Yo that was left behind for herself. Let's see. Okay. I read it somewhere. I think it was in the original character design, but one of them was dying first. I think it was Chica who died first, and then Yo who died after. But I could be wrong again. Actually, let me just really quickly check that because I am unsure. Yo has been tortured first by Yoshiko while Chica was forced to watch, and then vice versa. Chica was the one who got killed first in this torture game, while Yo had to witness her best friend being tortured to death. Yo met the same fate right after. A murder's about... Yeah, okay. So it was Chica first and Yo later. I did that because I wanted to... I wanted to torture Lydia a little bit with that, because, you know, Yo's her favorite character and was like, hey, let's do that. Anyway... Last one. Let's quickly get this through because we're really getting... This is really a long stream and I really did not plan for that. We still have to talk about the arcs and the games. Oh boy. I mean, do I really have to? I mean, I do have to, I think. Anyway. Pull this up again. There it is. And the last one is Melody, which is Dial. Okay, listen. For once, just listen. It's but a soft melody to fill the ears. I know you'll love it. I see it. It's written all over your face. You look almost like your old self again, yet you still never listen. Piercing eyes with seducing temptations blind you. It promises you the world, but you don't realize it's all a lie. I see the lust for power within you. It's words that are enticing for a girl with nothing. You aren't strong enough to resist, yet I can't blame you. I wish. For once, I wish you would just listen. It would have been good for you in the end, I promise. You could have come home with us. Now this one explains something else again. This is the servant conversion that I was mentioning before earlier. Except this one also mentions that Yoshiko could have been saved. It sounds odd. It sounds weird. But what's happening here is that while Yoshiko's doing like trying to like perform her like conversion into a servant thing on Daya, Daya sings a song to her. She sings like things like fight on and don't give up and something like that. And the thing is, the song that she sings is alone just so powerful enough that the evil spirit can like really control Yoshiko's body at that point. Yoshiko is just temporarily able to like control her body just a little bit, but not like enough to like really say anything or like do any like bigger action to like get them out of here or something. I mean, not that that I believe there would have been like an actual way out anyway, because even if Yoshiko was back to her old self, she would most likely use the power of the power of the black magic and all that, and then the evil spirit could just be like, well, now I lost this body, now I'm gonna just like make this whole pocket dimension disappear, and then everything could have just like ended right then and there anyway. So yeah, but yeah, this was just supposed to show that Yoshiko was able to at least being brought back, even if just temporarily, and even if she wasn't really like able to respond or anything, she could have been there temporarily, like away from this evil spirit that she's bound to, sadly. So that is just basically what this one shows off. Okay, just gonna have to make this quick. I'm really like, my throat is dying. It's almost been 5 hours of me just talking, and just seeing that I still have to go through the games as well is just I mean, I could just like make a part 2 and continue tomorrow, but I don't really want to do that. Okay, now I have the idea dump really quick for side stories. Let me just quickly read through that and see if I could maybe share some of that. Okay, Daya side story videos how Johanne turns her friends into Hellfires by demonstrating it on Daya. Rico side story reveals that this mysterious figure in the darkness is Daya. Since her conversion into a second servant didn't work, Daya would end up approaching from the darkness to help out Johanne with something, which of course Rico notices and mentions that Daya was the one who attacked and kidnapped her, which reveals that Yoshiko wasn't doing all the kidnapping all by herself, and Daya was part of it. And that also explains, now I remember, because that's why Rico got her eyes taken away, because she witnessed something she wasn't supposed to witness. Like, she witnessed another Hellfire present already. That's why it was that. Okay. Oh, each side story should give a hint in as in which order each member has been turned into a Hellfire. First, Daya, because 7 for Johanne. Second, Rico, planned to be turned into a second 7 for Johanne because of the little demon Lily thing, like I mentioned. But something goes wrong. Therefore, Johanne just turns her into a regular Hellfire instead. The reason why she takes out her eyes is because she has seen too much and shouldn't see anything anymore from that point on, which also fails since Rico is still able to somewhat see despite her eyes missing. Well, I guess here's the here's the explanation for that earlier. Now we have that explanation again. Okay. Third and fourth originally was supposed to be Hanamaru, but since her turning takes so long, Johanne decides to go for either Ganon or Mari first instead. Order for these two still has to be decided. Okay. I mean, it's not like the order really matters, so I guess it can be basically third and fourth for just Ganon and Mari. Okay, fifth and sixth are Chika and Yo. Since the turning of Hanamaru is still not complete, Johanne is now frustrated. She lets out her anger with the next two members, Yo and Chika. This is explained by Saya, or like Shia, like Yo and Chika, look like they're been heavily tortured because Johanne goes all out on these two, ending with one of them dying first in front of the other. And then the seventh one is Hanamaru's turning process is complete. And then we have again the Yoshiko kidnaps and Daya kidnaps. And then the curse blah 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 should be mentioned by its really odd appearance in Riku's side story. I don't know what that means. Johanne does her 7 conversion spell on Rico, but it doesn't work. She asks Daya to enter the book. She looks and finds out. Causing Johanne to bend the idea of and take out Rico's eyes and next. Okay, I'm a bit confused about this whatever this is. Okay. Just before Johanne performs her conversion on Daya, she begins to sing a little song. Like I said, the song is something about like fight on, don't give up, everything will be alright. While she's doing this, Johanne looks at her as if she were in trance. And again, like I said, what's basically happening is that in that moment, the old Yoshiko is able to temporarily come back, but because of the trance, she can't really do anything. But doing that, she's shedding a tear, both because the song Dai is singing and her voice is nice, but also because she can use her body, and does actually end up moving 2 steps forward and slightly raising up her arm, but because Daya's song comes to an end right at the moment, the evil spirit is able to take control again and Johanne returns. Once she's back, she wipes the tear away in annoyance and proceeds with her conversion. See, reading this just makes me remember a bit more, because I totally forgot about that. So yeah, that just also explains more about the side stories. Again. Man, that's I put so much effort into that, and then it's just like I forget at some point. That's just really interesting. Okay. Now next one we have Yo Chika's side story. Johanne mentions that she had other plans for them to be tortured, but because she's so angry thanks to Hanamaru, she changed her mind. Really? Wow. Again, I don't remember shite. Okay, this is a random we'll get. Basically, back when the character design first came up, Chika and Yo were supposed to be... Oh! That's a... Okay. This is just a reference that no one will get. Basically, back when the character designs first came up, Chika and Yo were supposed to be conjoined by their ways, but later on, there would be like a new design. Okay, So I worked that into the side stories? I can't even... Wow. Okay, wow. And that is it with the side stories. Okay, we're done with that. Now, only one more thing. No. I'm gonna have to go get into the games. Oh boy. Ugh. Okay, let's go. Let's wrap this up. Let's make this quick. Let's see. We're gonna go with Hanamaru's first. So Hanamaru's arc was this image. I wish you a good day. May it shine brighter than the one before. Now this one was supposed to be a little hint. The one with the brighter shows you, it's shining a little bit. Basically what you had to do here, in order to get the code to get to, the side story for Hanamaru, is you just had to brighten up the image, and if you did that, you would have gotten this. There it is. If you copied what is shown down here, like into Pastebin, like pastebin.com/blah blah blah, whatever this is, you would have gotten to the side story that is Hanamaru's. But this is also explained in the encrypted message that comes with the fan fiction, that you have to do that with Pastebin and all that, because who would know that you have to do that with Pastebin? I mean, that could have also just been like an Imgur or whatever that thing is pronounced. It could have just been like an image from that side or something, which it isn't. So that's number 1. Now, Kanan. For Kanan, we have this website. Boink. There it is. For Kanan, we have this website. Dive Deep. Basically, what you just have to do, you have to click your way through it. Just click like the right buttons. I don't really know the right order. I'm just gonna have to guess a little bit now. Oh, well, there it is. Now, if you've done that, and if you click on the treasure chest, you get this image. You found a treasure chest and opened it. Inside it, you found a stone. A code is carved into this stone. Then you have your code here. Unfortunately, this treasure was hidden too deep in the ocean. You couldn't make it up in time and drowned. Yep, I had to make it tragic in a way. And that's just what happened. Okay, so that is Deep Dive. That is for Ganon. Next one, oh boy. Oh boy, the next one is Mari. Okay, now we actually have to play a bit more of a game. Because this one is an RPG Maker game that I made. I'm gonna have to turn down the volume because I know it's gonna scream into my ears. It's gonna yell into my beautiful ears. Oh my god, it's still too loud. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on, I have to turn on this too. So, okay, I hope it's not like too loud. I also hope it's not like too quiet. But then again, might be good that it's too quiet because there's gonna be some copyrighted music, I think, and it's not gonna be nice. Okay, let's see. Oh wait, the game is not even here. Hold on. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna turn down the volume again because RPG Maker games just have the urge to just be loud all of the time. Okay, anyway, let's just quickly go get through this game. I don't even remember it all that well. I'm thirsty. I could go for some coffee right now. But not only just one coffee. I need quite a few cups of delicious coffee. Yes, this is the day. This is so dumb. This game was really fun to work on as well. Even though RPG Maker is... I mean, the newest RPG Makers are really shitty with the audio. You have to work with plugins, otherwise you get delayed audio. And that was something that I was really pissed off about. Okay, today's the day I will drink lots of coffee. I will collect them all. I must drink them all, one by one. It's my destiny. It's my shiny destiny. Let's go! Let's go indeed, Mari, let's go. We got things to finish. But first I should get off the street. Boink! Alright, time to get the coffee. Oh boy. Yep. And now in the background you can hear, I think one of Ganon's solo songs. I don't remember the name correctly. But yeah, now we can walk around a little bit. We can look at this, for example. That's tea, not coffee. A bunch of books and magazines to read. A purple teddy bear. I assume I assume it is. See that I see some spelling errors here too. I assume it's this coffee shop's. It is this coffee shop's mascot. A purple teddy bear. Okay. I will tell the time, but I'm sure this clock is broken. I know we're gonna have to talk to her, but I don't want to do that right now. A phone, nothing much. It does remind me that I wanted to prank call Hanamaru-chan a while ago. I should get to that someday. I'd rather not, thanks. Let's go, Mari, go! Okay, I guess not. Okay, I'm here to buy coffee, not to visit a bathroom. Okay, let's go. Hello, what would you like to order? Well, cup of coffee. Time to wake up and start the day. Let's go. I just put in 400 yen because I don't know how much a coffee would cost. I don't do coffee. One coffee, please. One coffee. Coming right up. This game. Again, like I said, this was fun to work on and just like put in more of my stupid comedic bullshit. Here you go. Thank you. Obtained cup of coffee. That was delicious. Can I have another? I really saw, but we have a strict limit of only 1 coffee per customer each day. What? That's silly. That's the worst business model I've ever heard of. And I know a thing or two about business models. How can a business like yours still be running? As you can see, it can. I am the only one who works here. From 6 AM till 8 PM. No breaks, no vacations, and almost no free time for myself. I love what I do here and I will fight for my business. And you have the audacity to come in here and talk down my business model. You know what? You want more coffee? You can have it. It's right behind me in that back room. However, you're just gonna stay in here for all I care. I'm done for today anyway. And then she quits. And suddenly darkness. Wow, rude. Well, it's pretty dark in here now. Let's see if I can make my way out of here. She only shut off the power. I can easily just go out the front door. Definitely. Wait. Oh, it's locked. The door is indeed locked. Well, that's great. Now I really gotta find another way out. Let's look around. Let's do that. Can't interact with that anymore. Doesn't look like there's anything hidden here. Teddy-san, I do hope you don't have anything useful inside your belly. It would really be a shame if I had to tear you apart. You're such a chubby little piece of blush. Now, do you have anything useful for me inside you, Teddy-san? Teddy-san. I'll take that as a no. Alright, it was nice chatting with you, Teddy-san. I must go now. You're such a gentleman, too. You're not saying a word and remain silent, just how I like my men. Let's pretend I didn't do that. I see, I had fun with that. This game is really the best thing I made for this, I think. Okay, now I can go into the woman's bathroom, but we're gonna check this door first. Yeah, even though it's dark in here and I should explore the entire place for useful resources for my escape, I'm still not a fan of going into this bathroom. Who knows what creepy things lurk in the darkness in there. Well, alright. Let's go check out the bathroom. Let's go! Okay, open. I don't know which one had it. I think this one. There's a key in here. Obtained key. Maybe that's the front door key. Maybe it isn't. Okay, I think there's no new dialogue over here. Luckily, this door already is unlocked. Even though at the same time, I wish it wasn't. If it was locked, I would still not even think about attempting to use this key on this door. Let whatever is lurking in there stay in there and be locked up forever. Too bad it's unlocked though, meaning that whatever is in there can come out any minute and do bad things to me. We do not talk about the bad things. Oh. Wow, I don't remember these dialogue things. Wow. I really do not. Well, still can go here. That's not the key for the front door then. Then what is that key for? Maybe I should check behind the counter. I'll just jump over it at the same place I first ordered my coffee. Yeah, here's the hint so you know where to go. Basically like this, and now we can go back. Okay, let's look at this painting. Oh hey, I actually know that artist. Such a nice piece of art. Too bad my parents don't feel that way. Oh, that door is locked as well. I mean, it makes sense that she would lock it once she went through it, but the fact that that key also isn't for this door is disappointing. If not for the doors, then what is this key for? I think it was for this closet right on the right. Oh, there are some delicious snacks in here though. But no, I must resist the urge to take some with me. Also, stealing is bad, so let's not do that. Anyway, there's nothing useful in here to be found. Yay. The key was for this closet. Oh, please, let there be something useful in here. I found something. Obtain phone. A fully charged phone. Let's call for help. I'm gonna call Kanan. Have her come to the rescue and carry me out in her strong arms. Yes, that's a wonderful idea. Hello? Gana! It's me, your beloved friend Mari. Oh, hey Mari, sorry I didn't know it was you. Do you have a new phone number? No, that's not it. Listen, I'm in big trouble. I need your help. Need you to help me, please. You need my help again? And more importantly, you are in big trouble again? Mari, what is it this time? I got locked in a coffee shop for apparently being rude to the owner, and now I need a strong girl like you to get me out. You... what? Okay, alright. Just stay calm and wait for me. I'll come and bust you out of there. Thank you, Canon. I love you. Just be more careful next time, okay? I don't want to always come by and rescue you from these situations. You got it. No more bad girl behavior. I'll play nice from now on. Alright, good. Now, like I said, remain calm and I'll be there in a bit. Got it. Oh, and you might want to bring a flashlight with you. The power here has been shut off, so please try and turn it back on again. Thanks for letting me know. I'll bring one with me. Alright, see you in a bit. And now we wait. Oh! Hello! I have arrived. Are you ready to go? Only if you carry me in your arms. No. Alright, fine. Oh man, I can't believe she lied to me. She said there would be more coffee in the back room, but there was none. I'm really disappointed. So, what should we do now? I would like more coffee, but that shop basically banned me from entering it again. We have to go somewhere else to get more coffee. And I know just where to go to get more for free. Alright, have fun. I'm not thirsty for any coffee at the moment, so I'll leave you be. Oh no, no, no! You're gonna stay with me. We're gonna go on an adventure together. Just like we did when we were children. Yeah, but we're 17 now, almost adults. I'm kinda busy with my own shop, so I should return back home. No, Gannon, we're going on an adventure just like we did back then. Come on. I'll even pay you if you stay with me and have fun. Alright, fine. I hate the fact that you can buy me into doing stuff with you because you know I could use a bit of money sometimes. Yay, let's go. Oh man, I really don't remember much of it. Especially like the dialogue and all. I mean, it's been a year, definitely. Yay! Tower of Greatness. So we're supposed to find free coffee in this huge building. Yes! I heard though that we have to get through a bunch of questions first. Basically a quiz which we have to master and then get rewarded with coffee. But what if we fail? I don't know actually. We'll see what happens. I don't really trust this, Mari. Alright, let's do this. Oh yeah, that's the quiz shits. Okay, yeah, we have to answer a bunch of quizzes. No Santa sand to be found here. A beautiful picture of a transgender person. It has a special place in my heart. I had to put that in. I had to, kinda. It's locked. Great. Okay, hello my friend. Welcome! That dog can talk. You have entered the quiz house. Are you ready to answer my questions with ease? She kinda scares me. Oh, Canon, don't be a baby. Just earlier you were mentioning how we are almost adults, but now you're acting like a baby. Do I need to grow up a certain body part of yours to make you feel better? Don't you dare break your arms. At least you're not ripping them apart. Okay, then I'll sue you. Say goodbye to your little diving shop. You wouldn't actually do that, would you? Of course not, Gunnar. It's a joke. Anyway, let's get this quiz started. The decision has been made to begin the quiz. Now the expectation to win is rising. Do not attempt to fail. If you do, you will be punished. To hell you shall go. Wait, what? Never to return to the surface again. Torture is overdue. Just kidding, you chums. We have fun here. Let's begin before you make the decision of running away. The doors are locked anyway, so you can't escape even if you wanted. First question. What is Ganna's chest size? Oh god, what is it? Why? Oh boy. Nico. I think I should go with the wrong answers, because then we can go like for the actually, do I? No, let's not do that. We don't really have to do that. I mean, if you want to do it, if you want to find out, you have to play the game yourself, I suppose. But I think it was the fourth one. Ain't that right, huh? Just the perfect size to commit sexual harassment on a person who will lose in court because the harasser is stinking rich and can afford the greatest lawyers. You might proceed to the next room. You have to anyway. The first question itself was sexual harassment. I won't have a nice time here if the upcoming questions are like this too. You have cleared question 1. Please proceed through the door to continue. Again, I have to say I had really fun with this game. A plan, nothing else to say, honestly. It's time to not think about what time it is. What a fun. Okay, it's locked. Can get through here. And can interact with that door. Okay. Are we having fun yet? Not me. Too bad. Second question. Who was the sixth member to join Aqua? It was Johanne. 666. It was meant to be. Second question complete. The door will open and you will continue. Will I? You cleared Scrabble. Okay. Can go back. Let's go. Gonna have to interact with everything. Weird placement of a brick pillar, but I won't judge. This is art, even if society won't accept it. There's a hole. I should have done something with the hole. I won't question what this is or why it's here. Well, you don't have to. Okay, round 3, you're almost free. Good, because I need to pee. Good one. No, I'm being serious. Third question. What is Rin's last name? Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. 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 Is it? You did it. Okay, I did it right. Oh god. Oh god, I think the next question might be butt fucking me in a second too. You did it. Now pet the cat and continue to the next room. Oh, pet the cat. Okay, now wow, brain fart. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. You have done well. We have now arrived at Magic OP's room. Yes, that's me. I own a shop. You should visit. No. Anyway, let's get back to business. God, just what happened to Numazun since I left? It never has been this crazy and weird. I don't know. This is all new to me as well. Fourth question. When is Kazuna Lea's birthday? Now I have to look that up because I don't remember. I do not remember. I'm gonna have to look this up. Idol. Her birthday is 12/12. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, 12/12. Happy birthday! You got it. Oh boy. And the last room. Okay, welcome! You have entered the quiz house. Are you ready to answer my questions with ease? Wait, what? You already entered the quiz house and completed 4 of your questions. Are you kidding me? Yes, I am, and you fell for it. You two surely are chumps. But enough talk. It is time for the last question. Finally, last question. What number am I thinking of now? This one is interesting because there actually is an answer for that. If you put in the right number, you will get something. But I will not say what it is. You have to figure it out yourself. So we're just gonna go with, I don't know, whatever I can put out here. Doesn't really have to be anything, actually. Okay, boink. That's the wrong number. Try again, loser. You gotta be kidding me. How are we supposed to guess that 8-digit long number? That's the joke, you can't. At least you're not supposed to without having insider knowledge or basically cheating to figure it out. I had my fun with you two jumps. It's time to reward you with what you came here to get. Delicious coffee. I will open the door for you and you may go through it and collect your coffee. It has been fun, chumps, at least for me. See you next time. You cleared all 5 questions. Now all you need to do is get out while you still can. I will leave with ease. Alright. Now over here. Who's this? It's Chica. Maori-chan, Ganan-chan. Didn't expect you to participate in this weird quiz. I assume you are here to collect your prize? Yes, please. We worked hard for it, so we would like to receive it now. Alright, here you go. Obtain cup of coffee. Yay, thank you so much, Chica-chi. Now let's go down and search for more coffee. Wait. Are we not going to question why Chica-chan is even here in the first place? I don't really care, I got my coffee. Alright then, if you say so. I think I could go for one more coffee. And yet again, I know exactly where to go to get ourselves another free coffee. Whatever, I don't know if it's a coffee or a cup. Don't include me in this. This is all for you and not me. Also, do you still need to pee? We could go into one of these buildings really quick and ask if we could use the bathroom. Well, truth to be told, I did say that earlier just would rhyme with what that doll earlier said about... Of course, I should have guessed it. Anyway, ready to go wherever we need to go this time. Yes, 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 follow me, Gunnan. Oh boy. Let's go! Okay, ooh. This looks like a palace. It sure does, and it looks really nice. I wouldn't mind living here. Marry me and you can have something similar like this, Gunnan. It would be nice, but I prefer staying friends anyway. But enough about that. Let's look around this place. Oh yeah. We have two mini games in here. One of them isn't really that hard. They're both not really hard. It's just basically this. Basically like Super Mario 64. Well, that was easy. But hey, I'm not complaining. I got my coffee, so let's go. Yeah, it's nothing really too hard. Pretty easy. Now this one over here, a bit more harder I suppose, but whatever. Also, this one is also one of my favorite sections in the game. Welcome to game. Please enjoy rock rolling around to goal. Rules are understandable. I must not need to explain. Have fun. Mari, did you make this game to connect to the Americans? Sounds like you might have made this game. Shut up. Let's play. Yeah, okay. This one was also a bit hard to program, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, up. Oh god, I don't remember. I think right? Up. Left. Down. Right. Down. Right. Down. Left. And then up. Win! Here are your prize. Obtained cup of coffee. To be honest, that was a fun game. It looked like fun. Too bad I don't get the chance to play it now. Don't worry, I can play with your balls if you want. I meant your boobs, Gunnar. They're nice and round. Alright, let's move on, please. Yeah. No more game. Go home. No, I don't want to. Also sucks balls ink. Okay, let's go. We still got some stuff to explore here. Hello. Looks delicious, but who made this? No one is around here. Okay, whatever this language is, I can't read it. But from the looks of it, it might just be the Bible. Well. Looks delicious, but who made this? Blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, this one, these statues. Lesbians. Gay. I know I'm laughing at my own bullshit, but hey, I had fun with this shit. Okay. The door is open. Let's see what we'll find in here. Oh no, it's dark again. And someone's playing the scary organ music. Mari, hold me. Oh. I'll gladly hold my dear Cannon's hand. I will protect you with my life. Now who's playing that organ? Who's doing it? It's Ruby! Ruby! Dong. Mari-chan, Kana-chan! What are you guys doing here? I guess we should be asking you that question. Yeah, exactly. Also, where did you learn to play the organ like that? Couldn't possibly be from Rico alone, am I right? Well, I was just... Oh, is that coffee I smell? Are you in possession of a delicious cup of coffee, Ruby? Yes, but can you give it to me? I don't... No, I can't, Mari-chan, I'm sorry. I gotta go. Wait, Ruby-chan. She's running away. After her. Let's go. She's running. Oh, shit. Ruby. For fuck's sake. Yeah, now it's just us chasing her down. Ah, fuck. She sure is fast and lasts long, but she's slightly slowing down, so we almost got her. I can't believe we've run out in the field now. I'm sure we will catch her before we end up here. Let's not give up, Mari. Da-da-da-da. She's slowing down more. We've got her now. Finally, I can't go on much longer. Come on, Mario, almost there. Ah, we're almost done with this game. And she stopped. And now we can approach. For fuck's sake, Robbie! Robbie! Give me the last cup of coffee! No, I will not! Oni-chan says that too much coffee isn't healthy and I don't want you to feel sick, Mari-chan. Coffee is delicious and all, but Dia-san is right. Too much coffee makes you feel sick. Mari, maybe it's best if you just leave Ruby-chan alone, Alright. If you won't give it to me the easy way, then I have to get it the hard way. Mari, stop, please leave. Please, prepare your nose to be booped multiple times by me finger. Wait, that makes no... This hurts. Why are you here? Please stop hurting me. Can you see how painful this is? I don't understand. You're still here, looking at me, listening to the words I'm saying. You could have stopped and left, but instead here you are, watching me suffer. Please, don't continue. I don't want you to witness what Aqua has become. You have seen too much already. Just go and forget... Just go and forget all I've said until now. I've changed my mind. Please continue to follow my adventure. Continue to watch me. Continue to experience the horror with me. Enjoy the sight of me having to learn what has become of my friends. Stay by my side. Watch me suffer. Don't leave me until it's all over. But most importantly, spread the word. Let the world know that I was here. And then we got the code. And that's basically it. Okay, perfect. That is the... What are you showing? Excuse me? Oh, it was showing that because of the... Okay, well... Better be careful next time there. Okay. Now we're almost done. We're almost done, Zidonzo. I really need a break. I've been at this for exactly 5 hours now. It's midnight. Are you fucking... Anyway, where's my chat? There's my chat. I think there's no one actually here right now watching, but hey, whatever. Okay, now we've got this one. Yeah, now we got Yo and Chica game. This one is... Wait, I'm gonna have to put this away. This one is a clicker game. The fuck? Oh my god, what happened? I'm trying to pull up the game right now, but on Firefox it's just being a bit of a bitch. Boink. No, stop my... No! Oh my god, I'm freaking out. Okay. Doop, doop. This. There you go. Okay, now I was able to pull it up. Okay, Mikans. There it is. This is a clicker game, just like, you know, cookie clicker and all that. Our goal is to get this achievement. Requirement, earn a total of 100 million yen and purchase all upgrades. And once we have that, we will unlock this achievement, and with that, we will unlock the code. So we're gonna have to click really quickly. The way this works is you collect some Mikans, and then with ship Mikans, your friend Yo Watanabe is a great captain with her own ship. She can take your Mikans and sell them everywhere. Clicking on this button converts all you currently hold Mikans into yen. So it also says 1 Mikan equals 130 yen. So if I just like click it now, suddenly bam, I have months. Now I could also go and do that, but I don't really feel like doing that right now, to be honest, because there's quite some shit I have to do here. And also because it's getting late and I really should wrap up this the stream. So we're just gonna leave that. I mean, this is the game that you get to. If you finish this, then over here, this will change. Like you will see like the code right on there. I will not show this now because, yeah, you know, I'm gonna have to get through this here really quick. So I'm gonna close that. And one final game before we get to another one, which is not a game. Now this game I can actually open. I mean, I can open, but I can't really show it. I can't really, like, you know, put it on screen, really, for the stream. So what I have to do instead is I have to pull out this. This is the Caps Lock Holmes game. It's called Caps Lock Holmes. And it's a game I made in ClickTeam Fusion. And this game is supposed to resemble, like, these really old, like, shareware games. And this game actually is based off, like, no joke, is actually based off a shareware game that I happen to own. And it's like really like one-to-one, like just this game, except it's, you know, my version of it. Just basically like in this shareware game, you have to help this other person out with their password. They have like these words everywhere. I'm just gonna show this really quick. Hold on, how do I do that? Oops. Uh-oh. No. Okay. Yeah, you have to. Okay, yeah. First of all, you have this screen like, Miss Lion, how can I help you today? This is like me talking, and this is Lydia talking, the woman, and she's like, oh, I forgot my password for my PC. All I have is a sticky note and letters scattered all across the room. There's us like, I hope you can help me out in this case, and then you'll get to the screen, and then you can like click on the bookshelf on the right. You can click on the picture that is in the middle. You can click on the poster on the left, on the computer, and on the cups on the table there. Like it's, if you click here, then you are an idiot, and you can see that. Wait, how was that done? Oh god. I think it was like DIO. Like you have to remember these three letters. Then you have this painting, you have the E and the R. Then you have the T on the teacups. The P up here on the bookshelf. And then once you have all these letters together, you go over here to the screen, which is Windows 98 actually. You have this Windows 98 screen, and the sticky note with the note stone. If you click on the screen, then you have like a little window show up, and then you type in the password, and if the password is correct, you get to the screen. Suddenly like, hey, you finished the game, and then like, oh, thank you dear Hall for saving my computer, and then it's like, congrats, you cracked the case. And this screen, once this screen shows up, the audio gets like really odd and like loud as well, because now you have like this spooky face on the screen. And after that, you unlock the code, which is right here, which again, paste bin, and then you're done. And that's it. I could just really quickly show off the pre-rendered images, because I also should mention that these renders here, like this and this and that and this, basically everything in this room was made by Litsky. She made all of this. This took really long too. She got a little bit upset about this at me, because she rendered all of these rooms like in like really big resolutions, like really big different high HD and shits. Sizes, I guess I should say, and then I just ended up using it like really small and all that, like this, So she got a bit upset about that. She was like, God damn it, Darky, I rendered all of this and now it just ends up all this small in the actual game. I was like, I mean, I'm sorry, next time we will not do it like that. So yeah, next time I have her model against something in 3D and have her rendered it out, I'm gonna have this fixed. Okay. Now here are the pre-render reference pictures. Basically, it was basically just me getting paint or whatever I used in ClickTeam Fusion, because you could also make these pictures in ClickTeam Fusion. This was actually all just made in ClickTeam Fusion, by the way. This is not actually made with MS Paint, but I mean, it looks like MS Paint, to be honest. But yeah, these were the pre-rendered versions, just as reference, so I could show Lydia what I would want. Wait, what? No, stop. Okay, there you go. There's also a typo up here, as you can see. And then you have like this. I have this. I have the You Are an Idiot poster, the picture, the teacups, the shelf, Lion Gamer, this and that, blah. And then this creepy smile that I just put on there. It's not really creepy, but I just had to put in something there. But yeah, that is all. And one more thing that I can't really show that greatly, but I guess I can. The last one that is now remaining, because it's time that I wrap this up. It's been 5 hours. My throat hurts and I'm tired. And I'm sorry that this part of the stream is a bit fast and we're not really getting into things. I mean, no one's currently watching. I'm just letting everyone know who's watching the archive. No one is currently watching. But then again, I was thinking about, cutting this all down into an actual video, or make this into an actual video at some point again, where I actually sit there and go for everything a bit more better. Now let's see, Rico. Now with Rico, there was a file you had to download. If I can quickly show that. This one? Yeah, I guess that works. So there was this this file called followme.pack, and as you can see, you can already see what's inside this file. If we just go and download this right now. Oh, okay. Everything good. I'm just gonna do. Actually, I don't have to download that. I think I have that still in my Hellfire things. Yep, there it is. Okay. Just gonna pull this over to my second screen really quick, because I was already working there anyway. Boink. Where is it? I guess that could work, but I'm just gonna make it bigger. Okay, here, now we're on my screen. You can see my background. Whatever. Now, if you have this this file, right, you can actually open it. Like, if I double click it, then this happens. Like, I get this shit. And I'm sorry, it's all in German right now, but whatever. Basically, the way you can open this is by, right click, and then you have like the WinRAR or the 7-zip or whatever you have to open things with. You can use that. Seems like I can not do that. All of a sudden, I seem to not be able to do that. Okay, but you're supposed to be able to do that. Actually, you're supposed to be able to open that. Maybe I just have to. Okay, great. Guess I'm gonna have to. Hold on, I'm gonna have to quickly do that because I would like to quickly show that off. I'm just gonna put this away. Open. Zoom. Now I'm gonna have to search for freaking WinRAR just to fucking open this shit. Okay, there we go. Where is it? Where is it? Guess this one should be enough. Okay, yeah. Just pull this down there a little bit. So now once you've done that, you have this, right? You have the don'tbeshy.zip that I can just also open, and then once you've done that, you get this one called comenearer.iso or ISO, I don't know. Can I open it like that? Yeah, I can. And you get another one. And then you have all these folders. You have card, cookie, darkness, death, dog, lesbian, party, ruby, smelly, stinky. Now you can obviously already cheat the system, as I can see it right here. Like you have to go through the oh wow, that's cookie clicker. Okay, you can like, you know, go through all the folders. I don't know why. Def. Why? Why is this on the def? Bin, bull, can, course, dirt, class, house, light, man, secret? What is that? What have I been drinking? Lesbian. Lydia. Okay, sorry. So yeah, I mean, here's a bit cheaty because you can obviously see like, oh, 0, 0, 0, and then suddenly you have here, this one with some size in it. So obviously it's in here what you have to go and find. What does it say? Party, out, and then hidden away, and then suddenly paste bin. I don't think I can I open this? Okay, there it is. And if I open that, we get this. We've got the new, the code that will get you to Rico. So let's close that, and take this away, and close that. All right, that should be all. That should be all I can really talk about right now. There's probably still something that I totally missed out on now, and I'm sorry if I did. I really have to end it here because I've been talking for 5 hours straight just about Hellfire. So I'm probably gonna, while I have now talked about Hellfire for 5 hours and all that, I'm probably still gonna like maybe like use this stream that I have now, then cut it down into an extra video so it's more like, you know, compressed and like better to understand things sometimes. Or I will actually make an actual like video where I'll actually talk about everything here again in more like detail and more thought through and all of that, because again with the chapters it was a bit messy and all that. But anyway, alright, now that we talked about all of that, now the last thing we have to talk about really quickly is the future of Yousobros. You know, Yousobros, the brand name, the brand whatever that Lydia and I came up with. What will come in the future? Well, have we done any work this year regarding the game, or games that we have planned? And to be honest, we have currently 2 games that we can that we had started working on a little bit. And with we, I mean I, because I'm the one who makes the games actually, and it's just Lydia who helps out a little bit with things. I already shared it once before, like many months ago, on the Yousobros Twitter, that we already had worked on a visual novel, and Yousobros is supposed to be like mainly focusing on visual novels, but suddenly that's not really the case. We have started working on a visual novel. We haven't actually programmed anything great with it, as we're still like in the story development process, whatever you want to call it. We're actually pretty close with getting like the story done, but that's been there for like months, like that. Like we're still there's like the ending of the story that we haven't yet put together, and we have to sometime get to that. But I don't know when this will happen, because currently my mind is focused on something totally different, which is not a visual novel. It's just something else that I've recently started working on last week, actually, during my vacation that I was on. I won't share anything about it. I can technically share some good things about it. I mean, the progress on that game is way more than that we have on the visual novel, actually. Maybe not like, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say like way more, because it makes it like sound like there's like super like great difference between it, but nah, it's not really that. But there is more progress done in that game than with the visual novel. Now I could share anything, like I could share a screenshot, I could share some footage that I actually have of it, but I will keep it secret for now, because I don't want to get like don't want to like hype something up and then suddenly it won't actually come out or something like that. So I'll just keep it secret between me, Lydia, and some like close friends. that I've shared something with this game before already. So yeah, just let it be known that we still have plans to work on things. It's not like we just suddenly just like, oh, after Hellfire we said we would continue doing things and then suddenly we wouldn't go and do things. It's just that we're both busy, especially Lydia. She's really busy, and with me sometimes I don't really feel like doing something. I just want to do other things. I don't want to like force myself to do something that I don't feel like doing, you know. So games will come when they're ready to be shipped out and when we like feel like working on them. Because, you know, you also have to remember that we're not doing this as a job, obviously. We're not really also doing this as a hobby, I would say. We're just doing it when we just feel like doing something for it. So, yeah, there might never be any games with Yousobros. There might actually be games at some point. Who knows? I mean, obviously would not want it to be like that we never actually make a game. I would like at least to be something made with Yousobros besides Hellfire. So at some point there will be something. But all I can just say that we do have 2 current games that we have started at least. With one that I've just recently, you know, started and worked with. And I do have things that I could show, like I said, like screenshots, and I do have like 3 videos currently on my YouTube channel, but unlisted. Where I show off like my progress with the game. I could technically just go and share that, but I don't want that because, like I said, I don't want to share something that is still, for one, in progress and in really early stage of development, and you know, don't want to like hype something up like, oh, we're working on this new game, and then suddenly like I don't know, and then suddenly because I did that, suddenly all the motivation for the game just suddenly vanishes and all that. So I don't want to do that. Anyway, I'm gonna have to shut up now. My throat really is done. I'm really done here. Anyway, so yeah, there's still a future for Yousobros. Just let it be known that yes, we did plan on having something worked on, or maybe even potentially already out this year, but things just work out differently sometimes. Things just happen, and people get busy, and sometimes motivations just fades away and all that. So something will happen eventually next year, maybe just in 2 years. Who knows? It's just there will be a future for Yousobros. We are working on things every now and then, and even if we aren't, then it's whatever. Then we just didn't. I mean, we just had like one masterpiece, and that's just it with Yousobros. I mean, who knows? Of course, like I said, I would like to take it forward with Yousobros and have it not just be known for Hellfire, which is also alright, but you know, I would like it to be a bit more than that. But anyway, I'm just gonna leave it at that because my back hurts, my throat hurts. I need a break. And it is past midnight too. Alright, so anyway, thanks for joining the stream earlier for the people that were there. Right now I'm just talking to no one. No one is actually here right now, so I can just basically just close the the chat that I had open this entire time. But anyway, thank you for coming by the stream. I know I talked a lot, that there's a lot of information, and there was a bit of chaos too here and there, so it wasn't really fully organized like I wished it was. Might actually do an edited video once, like where I probably cut this live stream down, then you know, upload that, or whatever. I'm trying to make this a bit better, maybe sometime again. But anyway, thank you again for those who came by the stream and were here live. I also hope that whoever currently is here also watched the archive and had their fun with that and all that. Okay, and also thank you for, well, there's thank you for 1 year of Love Live Hellfire, I suppose. It's really nice that people enjoyed the fan fiction that Lydia and I were working on. While probably most people didn't even get into the whole like secrets, like the games that I made and all that, and the secrets that I stuffed into it. Most people probably didn't see it, and that's a bit disappointing. But for those that did see it and appreciate it and really liked it, I'm gonna have to say thank you very much, because that is really nice to hear, at least. Of course, Hellfire wasn't a super perfect project. I had my even after we were done with Hellfire, I was like, I wish I have done this better and that better and blah blah blah. And that's gonna continue on in the future. Like, we're getting more experience with things, and especially with Lydia with writing fan fiction, she's probably gonna look back at Hellfire at some point and we'll be like, I wish I could rewrite this and that and all that. Well, I don't know how Lydia works sometimes. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it here. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm gonna need a break. Thank you again for coming by the stream. Also, thank you for these 4 likes. I don't know if the video currently has any dislikes. Most likely does. I don't know. I can see it. But then again, whatever. It's whatever. I mean, I am expecting dislikes with Love Live Hellfire. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising anyway. But yeah, thank you for coming by, and I hope this stream has helped you understand a bit more about Hellfire now. I know, again, it was a bit of a mess with information here and there I've thrown everywhere and wasn't really structured well. Next time I should do something like this again. I should definitely like sit down and prepare myself way more. Or just not do it in a live stream and just do it in an extra video, because that's more comfortable to do, I suppose. Even though it is a bit more harder and annoying to, edit the things together and but it's more hard work, but hey, it has to be done if you want to have it a good product and all that. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it here. Bye bye, goodbye!